Mr. Akras?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, that's fine. Freezing in here.
It is, isn't it?
Turn the heat all the way up.
Air conditioning's on.
Person? Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Liquor License Commissioners for Baltimore City's protest of renewal docket. Today is Thursday, April 18th, 2019. Please note, if you have a phone or electronic device, I ask you that you place it on silence now or vibrate. When your case is called, please step up to the microphone and state your name. And if you're going to be providing testimony, please be prepared to be sworn in. Mr. Chair, may I call a preliminary matter?
Please.
Joginder Samra and Joginder Singh, 2300 West Baltimore Street, LLC, trading as Club 2300. This protest of renewal matter has been postponed, be rescheduled next week on April 25th, 2019. Calling the first case on the protest of renewal docket, Jason Munoz and Marilyn Munoz, El Rincon Don Caleno, LLC, trading as El Rincon Don Caleno, 422 through 26 South Macon Street. This is a Class B beer, wine, liquor license.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Peter Previs on behalf of the licensees. I have Mr. Jackson Munoz to my immediate right and his daughter Marilyn Munoz, the other licensee, to his right.
Good morning. Did you have something for us?
Yes, I was just going to add something, Mr. Previs. This is a protest of renewal petition under the authority granted to the board in Alcoholic Beverages Article 4-406 and Alcoholic Beverages Article 12-1805. The board brings this protest of renewal against the establishment in consideration of specific complaints that resulted in 3 separate incidences that result in violations which were sustained by the board at hearings within license year 2018 and 2019.
Okay, if there's anyone present who wishes to testify in this matter, please come forward now and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, Mr. Previous, as you know, we've instituted this on our own initiative because of the history of violations during the period. So what would you like to tell us?
If I can just either call it raise a technical point or a point of clarification. The first violation, the hearing was during the license year, but the date of the incident was March 23rd of 18, which was not during the license year. And I'm not clear what.
Not seeing, oh, March 23rd.
The number 3, yeah.
That's the other minor.
Yeah. As stated in the notice, it says violation hearings during the license year, but there's no standard operating procedure or rule or otherwise that clarifies what the policy is. I concede that the board has authority to bring, the statute's clear, the board has authority to bring violations on its own, but if there is a rule, then I would point out that rule be specific.
We don't have a specific rule. We initiated a system last year that the board approved to bring our own protests on cases where we saw 3 or more violations during the year. And you're right that this one falls outside of it, so let's go ahead. With respect to the other violations, is there anything further?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, the violations occurred and they're in the record, and the licensees, I think for the most part, pled guilty, and Mr. Kadensky represented them, who's out of town today. I have been representing Mr. Munoz and his daughter Marilyn for some months now, and will probably continue to represent them. I'm dealing with a civil matter having to do with a prior owner on their behalf, but I've come to know them quite well during that endeavor. The Munoz is originally from Ecuador, and they've been here for a few years. This is Mr. Munoz's first endeavor into a restaurant, and I don't know if you recall the old days, but this was the Alona's location in Greektown, which had fantastic Italian cold cuts and Used to go there a lot as a young man. He now has a restaurant there. It is operated as a restaurant. He's there. He's hands-on every day. His daughter is also a licensee. She speaks a whole lot more English and has her own job and helps with the book work.
You work outside the restaurant? What do you do?
Keep your voice up.
I work in customer service in a company in Harmons, Maryland.
Oh, okay.
But she does help with the books, and I've got to know both of them through this other civil matter that has been going on. When the Munozes received this, the protest of renewal, they met with me that day. We discussed what the board is doing and what the board would be looking for in the future to allow this license to proceed. The first thing that we did was we contacted a certified alcohol awareness counselor because at least one of the violations was a 4.01, I think 2. And we had everyone alcohol awareness certified in the premises, and that was done 2 days after they met with me, and we have
And when was
copies.
that?
April 10th. We have 9 alcohol awareness certifications dated April 10th. We also have one from a prior employee that had it for May of 18, but we'd like to submit that as board,
You may.
licensees Exhibit 1.
Well, let's talk for a minute about this. So,
Yeah.
one of the violations involved the music was too loud, and the Chief Inspector Fossler asked them to turn it down, and apparently they cooperated with that. Then there were sales to minors and the failure to produce employee records. So, Ms. Munez, are you taking care of the records at this point?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with our rules about them having to be on the premises and available for inspection at all times?
Yes, sir.
So where do you keep them?
It's in the bar, underneath, underneath or on top of the bar.
Okay. And are you the only one who manages those?
No, the young ladies that are also there, we have somebody that does it when I'm not around, or my father will do it. I'm trying to teach him how to do it, make sure that everything is in place.
Okay. And what are you doing about, besides being certified, how are you checking IDs these days?
Our security guards check them. We're also going to start a new rule where if anybody under the age of 21 comes in, they either get, we're still debating either on the ribbons or a mark on their hands, because we are a restaurant until about 12 o'clock. So they are allowed, minors are allowed in until 12 o'clock.
Do you serve food till midnight and then stay open till 2?
Yes, sir.
And how many days a week do you have a security guard there?
It's every day.
Every day?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Previous, I don't know if you've seen this. We have a letter from Liam Davis of the Greater Greektown Neighborhood Alliance, which says that there's been a long history of complaints about noise and over-serving and whatever, and they would like more effort from the ownership to minimize the negative impacts mentioned above. We have no issue with businesses that are managed responsibly and serve as an asset to the community. So have you talked with these people?
I haven't talked to Mr. Davis, but we are prepared to address both of those. And one is the over-serving is the alcohol awareness. Not aware of any
Over-serving
prior
meaning let
complaints.
people get drunk.
Too drunk, right. The other issue of noise, I did discuss that with Inspector or Acting Chief Chris O'Malley about on occasion, there has been loud music when there's only 2 people in the bar, and it's just a matter of a little bit more diligence and common sense. The other thing
We
that
get old patrons, we don't like that. Because we can't hear anything when the music's loud.
I have the rock and roll ring myself. In any event, so one is just a little common sense and diligence. The other thing is to investigate any type of baffling or soundproofing that we can do, and we are in the process. So we're going to have a contractor look at the doors and the other areas to see if we can abide by that. This is on the commercial strip of Eastern Avenue, but as you know, Greektown, you go one building in your residential, and all of the Greektown strip is like that. So you really do have to be a good neighbor. You
So, Ms.
understand?
Munoz, do you know Mr. Davis or anybody from this organization?
No, I have not. I've been wanting to see the community association. I'm on the other side of town and I'm never able to get over whenever they have one, but I will try and get with them just so we can
Be good
be
to have a
part of the
good
community.
relationship because
Yes.
you've got a bit of a rocky start here. And if we continue this license and you come back, having them on your side is a great help.
Yes, I
And this
understand.
gentleman knows the Greek community, so you can work with him.
Yeah, and the other thing I'd like to mention, Mr. Chairman, is that they took over in 2016. I know there was some history with the prior owner, but that's not Mr. Munoz.
Well, I understand, but that creates a bad sense in the
Yeah,
community, and then
it
he's
may-
got to deal with
It
that.
may be a reputation that he has stepped into, and he does have to earn his reputation, and we understand that. We also have a petition with 135 signatures from various neighbors and patrons in support of the renewal.
Okay, that would be received.
Too.
Let me ask the commissioners if they have any questions.
You talked about the system putting a wristband or a stamp. When are you starting that? I didn't catch that.
Vamos a comenzar porque con el de las clases de... que eso
Pero
porque-
¿cuándo? Es lo que yo quiero
Next week
saber.
vamos a porque tengo que buscar eso.
We're gonna have to get the security guards all together, make sure that they are aware, teach them basically what I was taught when we took the class, and then we should probably take that in place. I want to say by like Friday or so.
Okay. And the other question I have, maybe this is for our staff. We have a call history, 311, 15311 calls. Do we have a sense about what the nature of those calls?
Agent Chris Amalis, Baltimore City Liquor Board. We do.
Were you sworn,
I
Inspector?
have not been sworn. Sorry.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. So the calls of service, 311 calls of service at the location were 15. There was a number of noise complaints. For the majority of the complaints were noise complaints. In the beginning, it looks like they were abated at least 4 times before violations start being issued for noise. And like I said, most of the complaints for the establishments that we've been receiving has been music, noise, and then when they let out, noise of the patrons when they're going to their cars. There's a large parking lot adjacent to the establishment, so I've had conversations with the owner about his security having to not only get them out of the building, but also go outside of the perimeter of the building and get people in their cars and move them out, which I think he's been trying to do. But the noise is the major issue.
So as you can understand, if you live a resident nearby and it's 2 a.m., noise is important. So it would really be helpful to have your security be attentive to that to make sure that they get the people out and quiet as quietly as they can. Okay.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Inspector, do you know what the March 31 call was about? Do you have those kind of records? The last one that on here? Is it the noise again?
I don't have a March 31, I have a March 16.
Maybe that was just the date. Okay, so that was
Extremely
the
loud
period
music.
here. Okay.
I'm sorry. It says extremely loud music coming from this establishment can be heard down the block. The staff responded to the complaint. There was no disturbance or loud music at the establishment. The front door was closed. The complaint was unsubstantiated at that time.
Okay. So as you can see, people are gonna complain repeatedly, so you have to be very careful about that.
Question, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So the noise complaints concern me, but equally, if not more concerning, are the sales to minors. And I appreciate that you're gonna have security checking, wristbands and IDs and those kinds of things. That's great to hear. Will there be some redundancy in that? Will there be someone at the bar that's also checking IDs in case someone gets through?
Yes, sir. All the girls have taken the class with us, so they know and they're aware of everything that they have to do. So we are doing double up. So security and bartenders are also, if they see somebody that kind of maybe slipped through the cracks, they are asking for ID also.
Okay, and how are you, I just want to make sure I understand the noise issue, because it is a serious one, given the nature of the 311 calls, and the fact that it was 4 times before we gave you a violation. other than turning it down, how will you monitor it? I mean, how will you know?
We've been mindful with the noise, and also we have we have two doors. The first door that closes has a glass in it, so we've now closed the second door. So I myself, when I've gone, I've noticed that the second door helps a lot, and it's not that bad. We start shutting down around 1:40 to get everybody, to give us that 20 minutes window frame to get everybody out. So by 1:40, there shouldn't be any noise at all, other than the people that are coming out of the bar and everybody else who is either driving away and putting music in their car. But around 1:40, we shut down everything.
Do you turn down the music as the night goes on, or do you turn it down?
We leave it at a steady pace. We don't go up or we don't go down. It'll stay at the same. If anybody does say, hey, like it's too loud, or we've never had somebody come up and say, hey, it's too loud. But I mean, if they did, we would definitely turn it down.
Yeah, I guess the only point I'd leave you with is that, regardless of what we decide today, if we do decide to renew and you come back on another noise complaint or a sale to minor, we could revoke you then or suspend you or something to that. So I just want to make sure that there are measures in place, because it sounds like you are trying to address these issues, but I want to make sure that there's some backup so that, as nice as you seem to be, we don't want to see you come back on a violation.
Yeah, no, we're definitely going to try our best. I'm going to talk to him and we're going to see. Just going to do like what's that called? Like a noise level, see how far we can go, and then just keep it down from there. But I'm definitely going to talk to my father in regards to it.
Thank you.
Might be a good idea to consider, if you're closing at 2 around 1:30 or something, bring the volume down,
Yeah, just address your comment, but also to bolster what you could do to help that. And one thing is, when you have music, you can't just set it at a level, because the volume is dependent on how many people are in your premises. So if your place is packed, they're going to absorb the volume. And if the place is empty, and it sounds like from Mr. Chrysomalis and the other inspectors going in, that some of the volume problem is when the place is empty, is because if you leave it at the same level, it's going to be blaring. So you have to, the person in charge of the music has to manually monitor and turn up and down as the volume of the place goes, and you should be mindful of that. And again, we are going to have somebody look to see what we can do to baffle a little better too.
Yeah, and I would encourage you to call Mr. Davis, make an appointment, sit down and let him know what you do, how you attempt to manage these things, so the community is aware of what efforts you're making to get ahead of this train, so that you don't come back and have to defend complaints later on. Okay. Anything further, Mr. Previs?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, with the admonitions that I have given to the licensees, and I'm mindful that, as I said, this was a rocky start. The noise continues to be a problem. It looks like you're making efforts to address that and the sales to minor issues. You've taken over the record keeping and having those records available as is required. I would vote to renew the license, but I will remind you again what Commissioner Greenfield said. It's always before us. If you come back and the pattern continues, we may suspend or revoke the license at any time. So I'm going to give you a chance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I concur with my colleague. I believe the licensees have been making changes to, excuse me. Thank you. We have a note here that we have our community liaison here who can connect you with the community, connect you two with the community, so you can reach out to him or speak to him afterwards.
When you finish, this gentleman over here will speak to you.
Yes. So, I do, I concur, and I vote to renew the license. I think that the licensees have made changes to address the concerns, or are making changes to address these concerns. However, I agree with my colleagues' admonition that if these concerns continue and you're back here again, we may not be so lenient next time.
So I will concur with my colleagues in renewing the license for the similar reasons that they've outlined. I do think that the fact that you took a quick action once you got the protest to get everyone certified, alcohol certified, I think that was certainly a positive step in your direction. The fact that you're trying to address the sound, the noise, I can't stress that you continue to address that, because that will certainly result in a number of ongoing 311 calls. And the redundancy in ensuring that that you're not serving minors is critically important. And if you have someone at the bar checking too, which sounds like you'll do, that to me is a plus. And I would also concur with the chairman that you please reach out to Mr. Davis. I'll give you a copy of the letter he submitted, so you have his contact information, but please reach out to him and speak with Mr. Ockheimer, our community liaison, to connect some dots. And I would also mention in my decision that the community association isn't supportive of revoking your license. They're rather open to a discussion, the way I read the letter. So I'd encourage you to really take advantage of that and sit down with them, as has been said.
Thank you. And we can keep a copy
Yeah,
of this?
Yes, you can keep.
Reach out.
Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank you.
I'd call Exhibits for the record. Board Exhibit 1, database license printout. Board Exhibit 2, letter of opposition from Greater Greektown Neighborhood Alliance. Licensee Exhibit 1, alcohol awareness certification, 10 in total. Licensee Exhibit 2, petition of support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Mr. Chair-
Everyone present who is going to be involved in the Frederick Station Saloon matter? Everybody's present? All right, Mr. Akris, you want to call that case?
Board's indulgence.
Okay.
Supposed to wait for the.
Okay, so then,
Can't we just do it without them?
no. Yeah,
I guess we can't. We have to wait till 11:30 because we have other people coming.
Oh, you do?
The board will be in recess until 11:30.
Can you tell me?
Talk to Mr. Akris.
Just in case.
No,
I know that's been the policy in the past. Be here next week.
Run out. You got 20 minutes. I'll run out with you. Yeah. Why not? Got my coffee. I'll run out.
Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Liquor License Commissioners, Baltimore City Protest of Renewal docket. Today's Thursday, April 18th, 2019. If you have a cell phone or other electronic device, I would ask that you please silence it or put it on vibrate now. When the case is called, please come to the microphones. If you're going to be providing testimony, please be prepared to be sworn in. Calling the 11:30 a.m. case on the docket, Sue Mi Kang, K&S Enterprise Incorporated, trading as Frederick Station Saloon, 4019 Frederick Avenue. This is the protest of renewal of a Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license.
Good morning, everyone. Council, you want to identify yourself for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Sean Harvey, 309 South Conklin Street, Baltimore 21224, for Ms. Kang, the licensee.
Good morning. So, all those who plan to testify in this matter, please raise your right hands.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I, just for the record, make the comment about the protest of renewal? Protest of renewal petition under the authority granted by the board in the Alcoholic Beverages Article 4-406 and Alcoholic Beverages Article 12-1805. The board brings this protest of renewal against the establishment in consideration of specific complaints that resulted in 3 separate incidents that resulted in violations which were sustained by the board at hearings within license year 2018 to 2019.
Okay. Mr. Harvey, do you want to make a statement?
Well, I'd like to make a preliminary motion, Your Honor. I'd like to move that the protest be dismissed under Alcoholic Beverage Article 12-1805. It says that at this hearing, the board shall consider only issues with respect to a specific complaint as to the operation of the licensed premises. And the protest that was filed, at least when I got online, didn't mention a specific protest. All it did was mention 3 separate hearings that took place during the license year in question.
But maybe maybe you're not familiar with this. I don't know if you were here last year when we did it.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Only that, as Mr. Akras cited the statutory authority for the board earlier today to, in its own discretion, bring protests as opposed to community-generated protests. And we, as a board, instituted a policy last year that we wanted to take a fresh look at any license up for renewal where during the previous license year, they had 3 or more violations. So that's why we initiated this as well as several other protests.
Well, I understand, I
The
appreciate
board
that.
initiated one.
I understand.
And as far as the specificity of the protest, it's based on those specific violations.
But nothing was specifically stated in the protest. For instance, nothing was stated that says that the operation of the bar is or the licensee is not operating the bar in a
That's because we knew that
orderly
you were
manner
bright enough
or-
to figure out from our complaint that it was based on these specific instances.
Well, I just wanted to raise that, and I
Okay.
also
And you're
wanted
welcome
to
to raise it. I don't think it's a basis for dismissal, but go ahead.
another issue, which is res judicata, or, I don't know, maybe double jeopardy. Each one of these violations were heard during the course of the year, and each time the board had the authority to suspend or revoke. As a matter of fact, at one point, the license was suspended for 2 days.
I understand that, but the issue before us today is not the same. They're not here on the violations, they're here on a renewal.
Okay, well, I just wanted to raise those for the record.
Not recognize that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this, to my right is Ms. Kang. She's the operator of this tavern.
Good morning.
The place has been operating for 17 years. I also want to raise the issue that one of the violations mentioned, or the hearings mentioned, regarded a violation which occurred in the prior license year.
Which one was that?
That was the third one, I believe. Let me see if I got it.
When was the hearing on it?
It was in May. It was in May, but it was for an alleged violation which occurred in March.
Oh, that's the one, it was a sale to minor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
But to address that, I mean,
Now, we'll accept your position on that.
okay, all right. But to specifically address that issue, I mean, my client can testify that since that occurred, everyone in the tavern is certified in alcohol awareness training. And as a matter of fact,
So how many employees are in the tavern, ma'am?
We have, well, I don't know if we call them employees, more like family. My nephew, my sister-in-law, Mr. Leonard helps out. He lives next door at the Senior Citizen Center, has been coming in for years, and finally we were like, why don't you come in and, help us out?
Well, how many people handle the alcohol?
The alcohol would be 1, 2, 3, 4.
And are all of them now certified?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
Well, actually, not all. He's certified. I'm
You say
certified.
he, you have to identify.
I'm sorry, Alexander Kang. I'm certified. When we were taking the class, we made them sit in on it. They could easily go online and do a ServSafe also. But we did an online course. I also have Mr. Murray come out to the establishment, basically go over everything, and that's who's certified us.
Who's Mr. Murray?
John Murray
he's a
is
certified
pretty
certifier.
much, yes.
And when did that occur, ma'am?
Well, our renewal is coming up, I think this month, is this
For the
month. but-
certification?
Right, but after the violation, after she had been violated, I had him come out so that everybody was aware of how, he brought out a booklet, shows you how to identify fake IDs. He went over that in today's time, it's not to look at somebody and judge if they're a certain age or not. So our mandatory standard is anybody and everybody should be ID'd. Anybody, because you don't know, we can't tell how old anybody is. So we went over those issues about how not to serve intoxicated people. He just basically went over the whole certification program on what to look for, what not to do.
So let's just go through this
Okay.
in a systematic way. So the things that, in terms of the violations, we have them opening the facility when it was closed by the health department back in February. And then we have this, the sale that you say occurred prior to this year.
Current year,
Okay.
correct, Your Honor.
And then in addition to that, there are letters from community organizations. Have you seen these, Mr. Harvey?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Look at mine.
You apparently weren't put on the,
It
online.
just came in, I'm told this morning or yesterday or something.
Okay.
So, this is the Irvington Community Association, which has asked us to issue a different type of license, but that, of course, is not within our purview right now. And then we have a letter from Councilman Burnett, who I think is present, or his staff.
Staff is
Okay.
here.
And I'll let them speak to that, but take a look at those and see if you can address the issues that they raise.
And Chairman, just, there's also a BD7 violation
Oh,
from
yeah, okay.
August.
Yes, I'm sorry I missed that. You're right.
If I can just, before we get into that, just finish up on the sale to minors. In December 14th, as a matter of fact, Mr. Page sent a letter of commendation to my client for
Well, if they corrected
passing
that,
the
that's
test.
great.
I just wanted to let you know about that.
That will be received.
If I can just have a second here to digest what the councilman is saying.
They're asking for us to go to 6 days, the same conversation that I've had with him.
So let me ask you, just, ma'am, so this issue about opening when you were supposed to be closed, was that miscommunication? What happened there?
What actually
That was back in February.
It was, if I can proffer, it was miscommunication. Let me just tell you the history of that. Ms. Kang had a plumbing problem, and she hired a licensed plumber to come in and correct the problem. Apparently, there was a leak in one of the pipes.
I'm sorry.
You
It wasn't
can-
a leak in the pipe. What happened was the roof was leaking, and it damaged the drywall. So we had to replace the drywall because it had so much water damage. When they moved the sink out to get back there, to get to the drywall and put the sink back, the plumber crossed the hot water and the cold water. So when the health inspector came
I
out.
wouldn't use that plumber again. if I were you.
When the health inspector came out, that tap didn't show, so I said, my brother was like, can we look at the other 3 compartment sink has hot water, the men's room has hot water? He said no.
So they closed you for how long? Until it was fixed?
It was only a couple days.
By Monday. By Monday, when,
Day and a half. They
Right.
closed, they came at,
You have to say your name, please, ma'am.
oh, sorry, my name's Nicole Kang. They came on Friday, 12 p.m., 12 a.m., I think.
Right after midnight.
Yeah, right at the midnight, around that time,
And you were closed for how long?
until Sunday. And then,
So in the meantime, our inspector came in and saw that it was open or something?
Yes, the plumber redid the plumbing so that the hot water was actually coming out of the hot water spigot, and apparently conveyed that everything's fine now, and they
But-
thought they could open up.
But the health department hadn't come back in yet to
Right,
see it?
exactly.
Okay, so I understand what happened. What about with the BD7 violation that occurred back in August? I mean, I guess,
That was the open and operating?
yeah, the
Yeah.
tavern wasn't open.
That's the same employee that got the underage, serving underage, is the same employee.
Ms. Stratton?
Yes, she swears that our policy is anybody that has valid ID, that is dressed appropriately, can come into the establishment. She swears that's what she followed, but she was let go because she was violated with the serving the minor, which we talk over and over about. We have signs everywhere that says you must be 21 to be served. She knows our policy. The customers have been, are here to testify. I think that the only thing I can justify on that is that she was lazy, didn't want to do her job, and didn't want to let anybody in, and
So have you
didn't want to do
replaced her?
anything. Yes, she's been
Who's
fired.
doing her job now?
Mr. Leonard.
Mr. Leonard, you working full-time, sir?
Just help out.
Okay. How old are you, how old are you, sir?
I'll 58, be 59.
Oh, you're young. You can.
First name?
Not L-E-O-N-A-R-D.
First name, last name?
Scott, S-C-O-T-T.
Okay, so, Mr. Harvey, if it's all right with you, I'd like to hear what the objections are so you can respond to them.
Okay, appreciate
Okay.
it.
Questions after.
Yeah, if.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah,
Please come up, sir, and state your name for the record.
My name is Adam Abadir, Chief of Staff for Councilman Christopher Burnett. My associate, Thyra Lowe, is also.
Testify also?
Testify? No.
Okay.
We're just here to summarize the points in Councilman Burnett's letter as
We
well.
can read the letter. You tell
Yes.
us what the issues are.
Sure, absolutely. So the Irvington Community Association, it's a special place for Councilman Burnett. We have really been working hard in the Irvington Business Corridor. We helped set up the business association down there. We do constant walkthroughs of the area for littering, cleanups, you name it. We're constantly canvassing in this area. Councilman Burnett personally has testified on some of the violations of this establishment. And frankly, the communication that we've received from the president of the Irvington Community Association, we don't want to say that they are bad actors, but we feel, and the Irvington Community Association feels, that the BD7 license isn't a fit for this particular establishment based on some of the violations, namely not being able to actually drink in the tavern. It's my understanding that that's the whole point of having a BD7 license. There are violations on the record. Obviously, I can't speak for Dorothy, but in her letter, she makes claims that in addition to the actual violation, on numerous occasions, folks in the community have tried to enter the establishment to drink there and have been denied access to it. The letter, I want to make a small clarification. We mistakenly referred to a request to have the liquor license be a B5. I understand that it actually doesn't exist. We instead meant a Class A license, meaning that they would be able to close at 12 a.m. rather, and not be able to drink on premises, which would frankly be more fitting of the current business practices.
That's what the association says, but do you understand that while we would like to have that
Understood.
majority, we don't?
Yes, I do.
The only thing we can do is say yes or no at this
I completely understand. But that's the position of our office. Councilman Burnett unfortunately couldn't make it today, but we were just here to quickly
point. I
summarize.
appreciate it. Maybe
Yes,
the
sir.
commissioners have some questions.
Well,
I'll
go
give
ahead.
you a chance to.
Oh,
Go ahead if you want to go now.
That's fine.
before we go forward, Mr. Abadir, is it?
Abadir,
Abadir
you got it.
just stated something on the record that Ms. Cunningham states in her letter, which isn't true. He said that several people were in the community association tried to get into the tavern and were refused service.
If you want to ask him about that, I don't know if he has any personal knowledge of that.
That's
What they told you?
That's what they told us. Ms. Cunningham and residents of the community.
I mean, it's
association.
hearsay, Mr. Harvey. We don't
I
have
understand it's
anybody-
hearsay, but he said it on the record, and I just
Yeah, I
wanted to
understand,
clarify.
but we don't have anybody here to say that they did that.
Right, okay, thanks.
But I understand. I mean, I think the board's not in the dark about BD7s. They have been a bit of a problem, not just at this location, but at others. So the legislature maybe ought to want to take a look at that issue at some point. Okay. Did you have any other questions you wanted to ask this gentleman?
None of.
I think the commissioners may have questions for everybody, so.
But before we go forward, I would like to put into the record, on behalf of the licensee, two separate petitions, one from the Senior Place Senior Building.
Citizen apartment right next door.
Right
Yes.
next door. We have several letters of support for this establishment from them, and also from other members of the Irvington community. The total is 247.
That's fine. We'll accept those.
I have a question about that. I mean, has the licensee made any attempts to speak with Mrs. Cunningham or the Irvington Community Association, or gone to any meetings or anything like that?
One at a time. We have.
Well,
We need to wait till
Yes,
the
yeah.
questions are asked before you answer. People are talking over each other, so just start over.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're being recorded, and then this gentleman is recording, so we have to be very careful about all that.
the answer is yes to your question. Would you like to speak to that?
I didn't think it was necessary for me to bring all of the email correspondence that I've had.
Tell us about it.
Well, I've had correspondence with Mr. Christopher Burnett when I met him at this hearing prior. I told him that I enjoyed meeting him. I told him I apologize for the miscommunication on the Narcotin issue. I said that in any way that we could be helpful, we would be helpful. I reached out to Dorothy. We've attended meetings. My nephew's been attending meetings way before that. I think that the slight confusion that we have is that, and he just brought it up, is that there's two different community associations. There's the Southwestern District Community Association, that's by the school near the police station, and then there's the Irvington Community Association. As soon as we understood that Miss Dorothy ran this community association, I spoke to my nephew, and he says, no, I've met her, we've attended the meetings. We've gone to the meetings where they were like, we'd like for you to paint the building. We painted the building. They said, we'd like for you to put up a new sign. We put up a new sign. I've asked her, is there anything else that we could do to help with the community? She said, we'd like for you guys to help with the Christmas drive. We help with the Christmas drive. At any point in time, that's why I said to Dorothy, no one's ever come to us.
It seems like the main objection that they have, and similar to the councilman's, is that staying open till 2, they wish that you were an organization that had a license that had to close earlier. But
Well, I understand that, and I commend their activities where they want Irvington to become a better community, but closing down a bar.
you can't do that
Right,
today
a bar
anyway.
tavern that's been there, I mean, the liquor license was issued in the 1930s. It's probably one of the oldest liquor licenses issued by the Baltimore City Liquor Board. Used to be a VFW that served the community where people come in, they sit, they talk. It's been going on for a long time. I understand that they have their issues in the conversations at the community meeting. My nephew expressed to me that everyone's issue is that they want to see all the businesses close at 12. Unfortunately, the license is until 2 a.m.
I understand that. I mean, as I was saying to the councilman's representative, we don't have the authority to change that. That's an issue for another day. But I'm glad that you've heard that, because if that is the main issue with the community organizations, you probably ought to work with them, because they can go to the legislature and try and do something about that. And
A couple of questions. When was the last time you had any communication with the association?
We have an email. We just spoke to her. We just did an email correspondence. She responded. If you want to see
Okay,
it.
thank you. And then the other question is, another concern, or at least raised today, raised in the letter, is it's not operating as a tavern. What do you say about that?
We have video. It is operating as a tavern, but we all have to be truthful about any business in Baltimore City at this point in time. It's nothing. I brought pictures. It's not like we've got a booming business, packaged good wise, bar wise.
Well, I understand that, but
we are operating, and people come in. You got the customer right here. Unfortunately, if I had known that I should bring more, I would have brought more people that signed. But people have to work. They couldn't be here. But he's here. He's a customer. He comes in. They drink. They partake. I mean, we are operating the way that we are supposed to be operating.
And you understand their point that when they come by, it's not operating as a tavern. So the type of license it is, it has to operate as a tavern at all times. It has to be open.
Well, once again, I'm not. I've talked to her several times, and I've been at the community meeting. No one ever at the community association meeting has ever come up to me and said, we have not been allowed into the tavern. Well, only thing that I heard, and here's another thing that I find confusing.
you want to finish that last thought?
The only thing that I heard was they thought that the lady that I had to fire had an attitude problem, that they didn't like her attitude. They said she was mean.
Well, she's
And-
gone.
Yes, and I told her that I was going to address that. I have email correspondence with Miss Dorothy where she wanted her daughter to work there. And the only reason that her daughter didn't come to work at Frederick Station was because she says, I don't want my daughter out so late, because I told her that the hours were up until 2 a.m. And I have those emails. So, I mean, I don't know what else I could say.
Okay. Commissioner Greenfield, did you have some questions?
Mr. Abadir, did you have a response? I didn't.
Just, again, there are other establishments, I'm sure, that come before you that are bad actors. And our office's point is that the owners of this establishment aren't bad people. But I'm going to share what Councilman Burnett told me. So there was a violation, I believe, a couple of months ago, and the place was shut down for 2 days. Councilman Burnett did a drive-through of that area at 12 o'clock in the morning when they were closed, and there was no one there. There was no one on the street. The community was there was no loitering problems. There was no people. Dorothy, Ms. Cunningham commented and basically said, you know, this is what we're seeking. We don't want areas where people can congregate late at night. That is the whole purpose behind the change of I know that's not in the purview of this board, but that's the idea behind saying, we're not saying we want them shut down. We're saying that 12 to 2 a.m. hour, it's bad for the area. This is an opportunity for people to congregate, loiter. I would be very surprised. I'm surprised that there are so many letters of support from the senior home next door, because when we go to their community associations, their concern is we feel unsafe late at night. And when I'm looking around and I'm asking, well, where do people hang out late at night? There's only one establishment on that block where people can go because that's the only place that's open. So there are constant violations from this establishment. That's already in the record, but I just wanted to point out that this is rooted in a concern about safety. It's rooted in a concern about people being able to walk home at night. You know, the fact that she just mentioned that one of her employees didn't feel safe working that late at night because it's 2 o'clock in the morning. What did you say? The daughter,
It's your community association, Dorothy.
Yes,
Okay.
they feel unsafe late at night because.
She didn't say unsafe. She said she didn't want her daughter to work so late.
Sure. What I'm saying is that the community residents feel unsafe along the Irvington Avenue corridor, and if we had a uniform area where everything was shut down at 12, I think that would go a long way towards removing areas where people can congregate and promoting public safety in the area.
We hear this, not just here, but in other places, and I think if the councilman could talk to our legislative people,
Yeah.
maybe they could address it, but
Understood.
they create these licenses, and
Sure.
we just are stuck with the
Binary
times they
choice. I
give them.
completely understand.
Not to mention, Mr. Chairman, the couple sessions we put in a bill to try and get the parties to mediate issues like this before coming to a hearing, because, you know, we have one choice: revoke or not revoke, renew or not renew. And so it doesn't really, this process doesn't necessarily lend itself, by statute, to being able to get the parties together in a non-adversarial manner. So, you know, we're happy to talk to anybody to help change kind of that landscape. But, you know, Ms. Kang, if I could, a couple of things strike me as a little bit problematic. And I recognize that running a business in this city is tough, and it's not easy. So I give you a lot of credit. But it sounds like you've had some operational issues. Sounds like sales to minor you've addressed, and hopefully we won't see you on that. And although I recognize, Mr. Harvey, that came outside of the license year. But there is nonetheless a history of sale to minors, if I'm not mistaken. But it sounds like that's been addressed. One other, okay. But the open and operating, in terms of your operations, one issue, the most recent one, where, if I recall correctly, you turned on the water when you didn't have permission to do so. I'm sensing sort of this, I'm asking you to be a little bit more open and listen a little bit more, because when you turn on the hot water when the city says you shouldn't is a problem.
No, I don't think it was. It wasn't about turning on the hot water. What happened was when he came out to inspect, and I wasn't there, he turned on the faucet, and like I said, it was reversed. So at that point, we would obviously naturally go to the 3-compartment sink, which had the hot water. Then you go into the other side, which is the men's room, has hot water. It's all coming from one hot water heater. But no, regardless, I understand what you're saying.
And the, you know, clearly there is, so you've got the restroom issue, and I remember the testimony from last time a little bit differently, but we're not here specifically on that. The opening and operating, while I take your word that you guys open it up for everyone, there seems to be either some reality or perception that it's not by the community. There's security concerns being expressed. So really, one question is, do you have security? The other question I have is, what's your level of willingness to sit down with the community in a much more structured way? We have our community liaison here, who I know would be happy to try and bring the parties together to have a discussion, because there may be value in sitting down and hammering out an MOU. Maybe there isn't. But, so to security, and then if you could speak to your willingness to sit down with the community in a more structured way, to have a conversation about the operation.
I have no problem sitting down with anybody about the, and speaking to anybody about the operation. Like I said, no one has ever approached me. I've been to the meetings. Alex has been to the meetings. Not one person has ever approached me. I've spoken to Mr. Christopher Burnett at the meeting, shook his hands. He's never said anything to me. I have an email where we've gone back and forth. He said, if there's anything I could do to help and assist you, please contact me. Where in that email or in any communication has he said anything? Nothing. And that's fine. I have no problem sitting down with anyone, having a discussion. Like I said, the first time that Ms. Dorothy has ever said anything about closing at midnight was just in that email. But prior to that, no one said anything. Alex has been to the meetings where they talk about people loitering outside on the streets, etc., and they talked about those issues. And the reality is that I never even thought they were talking about us because, and I'm going to show you guys the pictures. This is at 12:47 a.m. This is the front of our building. I actually did I did a surveillance because I said, let me see after I got.
When you did this?
It's on my cell phone. It should have
Is it the date on here, or is that when you printed it?
It's when I printed it, but it was a couple days ago when Miss Dorothy sent the email to my nephew. I was like, let me go see what she's talking about, because I can only talk on my perspective, what's in front of our building. We do not allow people to loiter in front of the building, but unfortunately, there's a smoking law that says you cannot smoke indoors. So yes, unfortunately, you're gonna see a couple people smoking outside. The majority of the problem of loitering, drug issues, people outside, is a gas station on Augusta Street. That is at the same time. I saw 2 drug transactions go on in a matter of, and they're a block away, in a matter of 1 hour.
Let me ask you a question. So Commissioner Greenfield was asking you about security.
Yes.
At 2 o'clock in the morning, when you close, whether there's people loitering or not, is there anyone there, any security? Are people escorted away, or?
Actually, lately, which has been wonderful for us, we've been very ecstatically happy. There's a police officer that sits right across the street from us in the Collins Shopping Center parking lot. He's probably there every day. I don't know if it's different officers, but he's there all the time. So when 2 people are leaving, we see him, they see us lock up the doors, leave. We've never, if you look at all the 911 calls, 311 calls,
We don't have any 311 calls.
We don't have any.
Absolutely not.
We don't have any violence, no robbery, no shootings, etc. But if you look, that gas station and the residents of the area will tell you 2 shootings. I mean, I understand everybody's perspective, and like I said, Miss Dorothy is doing a great job. Mr. Burnett, everybody's intentions are wonderful. And listen, they've gotten the police there where it used to take sometimes 2 days for the police to respond because they were overwhelmed. Now we have police officers sitting on.
So you're relying on the police to sort of make sure that things are okay?
Well, not really, because there's not really anything going on. But so if there was some kind of violence or there was some kind of danger, we'd always make sure that there's a security, a man and a woman leaving. But like I said, he lives right next door and he leaves, and there's.
Are you there at 2 a.m.?
I closed that building. I've walked out of that building at 3 a.m. and I've gone across the street to my car.
Are you willing to get security?
If we need security, sure. Absolutely.
I think that's a good conversation to have with the community, to find out what their concerns are
Right.
and to see if there's a way to strike a balance. Because clearly, I read in one of I don't know if it was a councilman or Ms. Cunningham's letter something about loitering, which we know is a problem, not
Right.
just, it's not just isolated. But again, my larger point is that you need to sit down with the community because clearly there's a disconnect.
Right.
You feel like you're having conversation, they don't feel like they're being heard. And while there hasn't, and I know there hasn't been any 311 calls, issue isn't going away assuming we renew, right? And so it would make a lot of sense for you to have a much more constructive conversation with the community.
Mr. Harvey, do you have anything further?
Just to offer these signatures in support of the
Okay, thank you. They'll be received.
47.
Did you have anything further?
I just wanted to point out that I acknowledge that security is a concern throughout the entire corridor. But I've personally driven out there late at night and seen loitering outside the establishment. And with all due respect, one picture from one night does not prove the point that loitering does not occur.
Well, I think we realize that it's a snapshot, but it would be good to have that conversation, I think, as Commissioner Greenfield points out. So, okay. This is a protest based upon the board's initiation, and the issue is whether or not we should renew for the upcoming year. So, Ms. Kang, you had a number of violations during the past year, and these aren't drug dealing on the facility or violence or anything. It was there was an opening when you shouldn't have been opened until the health department cleared you. There was an instance where the tavern wasn't properly open, and then whether we take it or not, there was a sale to minor. We take all these very seriously. I don't think on the basis of those violations I would revoke your license. So I'm going to vote to renew for another year, but with this warning that these things, and you've dismissed the employee that you think was the problem, you have to be very attentive to all these things, because with this record, if you come back, it could be a very long suspension or a revocation. You already hear that there are people who are not happy in the community that you're open so late, so there will be pressure to do something very serious about that. So be attentive, be careful, particularly be attentive in the late, the wee hours of the morning, because that's an issue for the people who live around you, and make sure that everybody is abiding by our rules and regulations. But other than that, I'm going to vote to renew.
I have, as I've expressed today, I have some concerns, and I've listened to your testimony, Ms. Kang, and the councilman's representative's testimony. I mean, I'm concerned about the tavern. I mean, the type of license this is one in which the tavern must be open and accessible to all, and it doesn't. And hopefully that you can work with the community and that can be resolved. But I also have concerns about, and I was pretty, I expressed this at the last hearing, that you all decided to open the establishment without being cleared by the health department. That's a big concern for me as well. That said, I appreciate your willingness to work with the community, and I suggest that you do that sooner than later and work with the councilman's office. We also have our community liaison person here, Mr. Ackheimer, and he can help facilitate that. And hopefully these issues can be resolved. And so I've decided that I will give this one chance for you to get this right and vote to renew the license. However, if we come back here again and it's the same issues, I don't think I will be as lenient.
So, Ms. Kang, you have two issues as I see it that are problematic for you. One is you have a history of violations, and you also have this disconnect with the community where there isn't some clear communication, and I'm not ascribing who's at fault. That's not important here. But both have to be addressed, and I do give you credit for addressing the sales to minors. Sounds like you're fixing that. I would echo Commissioner Hafey's point about the hot water issue. Turning that on before the health department gave you clearance was not something I look at fondly. And the open and operating is a challenge, at least to the community. So again, all roads in my mind lead to the community. So for you to have another chance here, as Commissioner Hapey said, I'd sit down with the community sooner rather than later, and with Mr. Alkheimer, and try and work through whether it's an MOU, trying to address the security issues, trying to address whether you work on the hours of operation, which seem to be an issue for the community as a whole. So, like my colleagues, I would vote to renew and hope that we don't see you again on a violation.
Thank you, be careful.
Thank you.
Appreciate your help.
Like exhibits for the record. Board Exhibit 1, license database printout. 2, letter of opposition from Irvington Community Association dated 4/10/2019. 3, letter of opposition from Councilman Burnett dated 4/11/2019. Licensee Exhibit 1, letter of compliance from Baltimore City Liquor Board dated 12/14/2018. Exhibit number 2, email. Exhibit number 3, photos, 2 in total. And exhibit number 4, petition of support.
So, Mr. Acker, is that our docket for the morning?
That is our docket for the morning.
Recess to 1:15?
Yes, next case is at 1:15. The board will be in recess until 1:15.
Thanks. I just wanted to say, the only thing that's done something about BD7 and they're not opening the taverns, and they're open too late. The legislature really ought to change.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Board of Liquor License Commissioners for Baltimore City's protest of renewal docket. Today is Thursday, April 18th, 2019. Please note, if you have a cell phone or other electronic device, I would ask that you put it on silent or vibrate mode now. When your case is called, please step up to the microphone, state your name. If you're going to be giving testimony, please be prepared to be sworn in. Calling the 115 case, Sung A. An and Dolores Johnson, ACA Liquors Incorporated, trading as Eric 500, 500 East North Avenue. This is a protest of renewal of a Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license.
Thanks. Council will identify themselves for the record, please.
Becky Witt on behalf of the Greater Greenmount Community Association.
Good afternoon.
And thank you, Stephen W. Fogelman, on behalf of licensees.
Good afternoon. So, Mr. Fogelman, we have a renewal and a protest by the community organization. So I guess your client would like to be renewed.
Indeed, thank you.
And Ms. Witt, you're representing the protesters, is that right?
I am.
Okay, you want to proceed?
Sure. So I think people need to be sworn.
Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. Would everyone please raise their right hand?
Mr. Stokes here. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, so
Let's get the dramatis personae straight, okay? So you represent whom?
the Greater Greenmount Community Association.
Okay, and they are not among the letters we have here, right?
They
We
should
have
be.
one from Baltimore Good Neighbors Coalition and one from Behavioral Health System, Baltimore.
It's part of
Oh,
the
it's part of
packet.
your packet? Okay.
It is.
All right, okay. Are
So-
these other organizations represented here today?
BGNC is, and the second.
Okay, all right, thank you, folks. So, because there are a lot of people and we have a limited time, when you speak, you need to come to the microphone, and before you speak, give your name, because the gentleman to my far left has to record all of this, okay?
So everyone, I think, can sit down for right now, except for the first person being Claire. And could we borrow a microphone so that she has her own microphone to speak into? Thank you.
Please come forward, ma'am, and state your name.
My name is Claire Palmieri.
You can get closer to the
And
microphone.
Ms. Palmieri, if you'll just, you can pull that down so you can speak into it. We're being recorded and televised, so we need to do all that. Okay, go ahead.
And can you state your address as well?
I live at 2123 Homewood Avenue, which is exactly 4 blocks from the corner of North and Greenmount Avenues, the location of the liquor store known as Eric 500.
Thank you. And how often do you usually pass by Eric 500?
Since I gave up my car a couple of years ago, I pass by there no less than 5 times a week, either as a pedestrian, waiting for the bus, or changing buses.
And you wrote 2 letters to the board, which are part of my packet, and they're actually very beautifully written, so I recommend that people who have access to them read them. But can you described in your letter, 2 letters, the kind of activity that you see in front of Eric 500 when you walk by?
Before you do, let me interrupt. So the first phase of this, we have to have a specific complaint within the past license year. Can we go to that?
Sure. So I think we can go to the liquor board's records, and it will show that there were 2 violation hearings within the past license year, and there were violations found for sales to minors, I think, for both of them.
So that's the basis for the protest?
It's one of the bases for the protest.
Is there another specific complaint?
Sure. So I think Claire will discuss what she...
Okay, just so we understand, I know you're going to talk about generally things, but by specific complaint, I mean a date, time, what you observed, and that sort of thing.
Yes, we will be talking about those things.
Because that's the threshold test.
Mm-hmm. So can you talk about things that you have seen in the past license year that are specific observations of complaints relating to Eric 500?
Absolutely. These observations occurred between October 2018 and the present. Walking down Greenmount Avenue, there is, providing there's not a snowstorm, a group of people who sit on the vacant steps adjacent to Eric 500. They start out in the morning, around 8 or 9 as perhaps 4 or 5 people. The number swells to as many as 13 or 14 as the morning goes on. They're drinking as they drink. From liquor they bought at Eric 500, which I've seen. This is almost every day. This is not an occasional occurrence. They become loud and rowdy. There is a partner group on the opposite corner which does the same. When one returns from whatever errands one is doing, let's say by mid-afternoon, the group is intoxicated. They're loud, they're vulgar, they try to engage pedestrians in their arguments, or even call upon me with my packages to adjudicate their differences. As drunk as they are, someone collects money, enters Eric 500, and returns to revitalize the group with more beer and spirits. The fact the man is clearly not steady on his feet, and even in his yelling and screaming and slurring his words does not prevent the store from selling more alcoholic beverages to him. When they leave, which is usually late afternoon, both groups on either side of the street leave just a mass of trash, litter, broken bottles, and whatever. And given the fact that alcohol being what it is and the human body being what it is, one has to get rid of it. The call of nature is usually answered at the rear of the store, against the wall or the wall of an opposite building. This is not done stealthily or skulking around in the shadows. All this activity is right out in the open as an open market. When the call of nature is too urgent, it's simply done right at the curb on the side of the liquor store. It's just the way it is. In addition to this, there are other people who patronize the corner. Mornings belong to a man I call the backpacker. He wears a black backpack, and he can be seen there, except if weather is absolutely untenable. Strolling up and down the blocks, he's very personal. He could be a TV host. He's absolutely lovely. Talks to everybody. When he sees someone coming, he recognizes. He walks to that person. They shake hands. You can see him grab the bills and then counts pills into the open hand. Then makes his way down to the opposite corner. He is so personal, he even approaches me. Lady, I see you running all over the place. You got off one bus, jump on another bus, running. What's the matter with you? I got something that will calm you right down. And it's not expensive. Trying to keep the conversation genial and the atmosphere light, I say, calm me down. If I'm any calmer, I'll qualify as deceased. This is the everyday atmosphere surrounding Eric 500.
And how many people did you say are generally there?
In front of the store, it depends upon the time of day. On a weekday, let's say around 3, 4 o'clock, there are at least 6 or 7. Friday afternoon is when the whole business goes into high gear. Cars pull up, guys who are sitting on the rail, you think they're doing nothing, but all of a sudden they'll look in the corner of their eye and see a car pull up across the street. They slide off the rail, make a drug transaction, which is obvious. No one's trying to hide anything here. You see the plastic bags, you see the money. It's fairly plain. When the transaction's done, they resume their perch on the rail and resume their banter. It's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are very busy days. The busiest day is Sunday. Sunday, it's so busy, and especially if the weather's bad, as you walk by Eric 500, you can see those in line waiting to buy liquor, exchanging pills, passing dollars to one another, passing pills along the line. This is not something that anyone's hiding. Everything is out in the open, like the ad hoc thrift store in front of the bus stop, where the man displays the exact same items for months on end. Nobody buys the clothes, nobody asks about him. He's not there for that. If one is lucky, it happens to be there at the right time. Usually on a weekend, a big black car pulls up. It's all beat up, but it's big. Pulls onto the sidewalk. A man steps out with 2 paper bags. He hands 1 paper bag to the man selling clothing, and another paper bag he opens, and the clothing seller puts another bag into it. He takes out a large wad of money, the driver, counts it right in front of a bus stop with at least 20 people waiting for the bus, me strolling by, cars everywhere, gives some of the money to the clothing dealer, jumps back in his car, and zooms off the curb back into traffic. This is the atmosphere we have. It's like Dodge City. There's no skulking around, no sneaking, no pretending we're not selling drugs, no pretending we're not drinking alcohol in public. It's just the life at Eric 500. When they were shuttered by the fire department recently for violations, I made it a point, even though I did not have business because my husband was in the hospital, to be there. I went twice a day to see if there was any change. Gone were the drug addicts shooting up in the alley on their crates. Gone was the guy with the black backpack. Gone were the men, many of them, selling Lucy's, get your Lucy's. Don't spend for a whole pack, get your Lucy's. Gone. No alcoholics sitting on the steps. It was not a bucolic scene from Serbia, but it seemed like paradise to us who have to live there. And we wish it were always thus.
Ms. Palmieri, I think you've anticipated most of my questions on this sheet. So I'm trying to make sure. So just to be clear, these people who that you're mentioning, the man with the backpack, the man with the who's selling things in the front, these are people who are purchasing beverages from Eric 500. They're patrons.
Absolutely. They go in occasionally to the store. If it's a hot day, they don't always buy beer. I mean, they're not always, it's hard to go about your business drinking liquor on a hot day. You're not going to be fit to do anything. They'll buy a Coke or they buy cigarettes and then distribute them to the other guys who are with them. It's kind of like, it seems to be, from all visible evidence, to be sort of a nexus of their operations. It's kind of like staying near a Subway when you're shopping that has a ladies' room. Mm-hmm. Same thing.
One more thing. So, have you ever seen the licensees or their employees or anyone from Eric 500 come outside and try to move people along or to stop this drug dealing that's occurring? Anyone from the business doing anything to stop this activity?
Well, I've seen the licensees, the owners, or I presume to be the owners of the businesses. I do not personally know them or have been introduced to them. Come out and clean up the littered beer cans, the trash, and so forth, and put it in the waste can directly in front of the store. I've seen them take deliveries to their side door. I've seen them cut up boxes for their recycling and put that out for the proper carrier. But I have not seen them interact with anyone on the street or any of their patrons.
Okay, I think those were all the.
So we have probably a number of witnesses. So is that all for
yeah, that's all the questions that I had.
Ms. Palmieri, Mr. Fogelman may have questions for you.
Thank you, Ms. Palmieri. As I introduced myself earlier, I told you I thought that the substance of your letter and the way you wrote was very descriptive, and I appreciated it. So regarding, for example, the life at Eric 500, as you described it, isn't it really life at North Avenue and Greenmount?
No, not at all. Because once Eric 500 has been shuttered numerous times, so much so, and for such long periods of times, as a person very interested in business, I wondered just what effect this had, as a person interested in business, on their bottom line. What was more interesting was the atmosphere when they're shuttered. The alcoholics are gone. The man with the backpack's gone. No Lucy's are being sold. The sidewalk's clean. If you go around to the back of the alley, no one is relieving himself. The people shooting up on milk crates, which are a regular feature, it's actually referred to on my block as Heroin Alley, because they wait for their dealer, and it's right out there in public for everyone to see. That was all gone. It was quiet. No yelling, no screaming, no loitering. The people there really were waiting for the bus, or like me, walking to Penn Station. They really had business there.
And you're aware that there are multiple bus stops at that four-way intersection?
Oh, it's a huge, big transportation network. As a matter of fact, I believe it serves, if you count the commuter buses, it serves 7 lines.
Right. And so there are people waiting for a bus at the corner of 33 and Greenville.
They're not strolling up and down the block, though. Obviously exchanging some form of business, which would appear, if anyone has experience, to be part of the illegal economy. They're waiting for the bus.
All right, ma'am, this hearing is time limited, so I just ask you to shorten your responses as need be. Thank you. Let's talk about the thrift store front in your letter. The thrift store front is fully across Greenmount Avenue from Eric 500, is it not?
Absolutely.
Okay, and let me just direct you to a photo, and unfortunately it's the only one I have. And could you show the board by marking an X with Miss Witt's pen where the thrift store front is?
Oh, sure. You must be just setting up. I see the man. Can I put a circle around it?
Sure can.
Okay, this is where the action usually is.
All right, and we'll go ahead and submit
When
that
it's
to the
open.
board. All right, you've put a box right, or a circle right there, okay.
You're
I'd
offering
submit this, I'd offer this as.
Any objection?
License one.
Be received.
All right, and Ms. Palmieri, in fact, the thrift store front, as you describe it, doesn't occur every day of the week, isn't that right?
Not every day. There are times when they're not there, or they'll be there very late in the day for brief periods of time. It's, there's no hours posted, so when, I don't know.
And in fact, you have not seen the thrift store front in the last week, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And would you have liked to have seen the store ban the thrift store guy?
No, I'm not sure that is part of their, within their purview. I don't know if they can have the authority to ban the man. I don't know if he has an actual license as a street seller.
But you have impugned the bar with respect to the thrift store man by saying that the thrift store man comes in and buys beer, cigarettes, and sodas. So should they ban him?
Oh, should they ban him? Well, if I were running the store, certainly I would.
Okay, and to the best of your knowledge, has anyone ever told this or asked the bar to ban the thrift store man across the street?
I don't know that anyone has.
Okay. Now, with respect to the early sellers, you testify that they move up and down the block, isn't that right?
That is correct.
All right, and you indicate that they occasionally purchase items from Eric 500, isn't that right?
Absolutely.
All right. Should they ban the early sellers if they are identifiable?
Since drugs are illegal in the city of Baltimore, and one is operating a liquor store according to the rules of the liquor board, I would say yes.
All right, and ma'am, I'm going to ask you to identify these photos as well.
Now, this is where the guys sit. This is where the pole sitters sit.
All right, so you identifying that
Yeah,
as
that's where they
front.
sit down and then slide off the pole and.
the front of
Yeah,
Eric 500.
absolutely.
All right, and you've written about the party people in your letter. Isn't it true that there are no single group of 8 or 9 men and women, that this was something that you had, that the party people that you witnessed on this date that you wrote about this paragraph about them, that they are not the same people and that they do not hang out at the same vacant house.
They actually hang out on the exact same steps all the time. And there are, I would say, if you're talking about a group of 12 people, I would say 8 of them are regulars. So much so that gossip being what it is, many of them know my name, greet me, and ask me, how's this going, that going, or the other thing going. I don't know who these people are, but they appear to know me.
And as far as the party people, you're not testifying that they are loitering in front of Eric 500, are you?
No, on the vacant steps adjacent to the bar.
Okay. Have you ever called housing or the city to ask them about doing something about that vacant house?
Yes, I actually have. The department, actually called the Department of Buildings, and the Department of Buildings, when I called, and this was before the licensee year that you're dealing with, told me that they needed my help to find out who the owner was.
All right, well, and so any resolution to the problem?
Not so far, sir.
Okay. Now, with respect to the single cigarettes, you're not even here alleging that Eric 500 is selling cigarettes to the people selling Lucy's. Isn't that right?
I have no idea where he gets his cigarettes, but they do buy liquor from the store, and they sell to the patrons who are immediately exiting the store.
All right, you've never been in the store, have you?
Actually, when I first, well, this is many years ago, this is 13 years ago, I actually entered the store once because I said, gee, this is a strange liquor store, and I wanted a six-pack. This six-pack of Heineken, when they told me what the price was, I said, nah, it's okay, sobriety's cool, and I forwent the libation.
All right, so you're not aware that there's only a single window in the store portion? A single purchasing window?
I did not pay attention to that, and that was a long time. I just,
All right.
I was concentrating on the price.
But you have written how you see lines forming at the business, right?
Yeah, they're just snaking out the door.
So, but of all these things that you've written about, quite frankly, so beautifully, between October 2018 and February 19, you never once called 311 to complain about this kind of activity. Isn't that right?
I have not, because I will tell you why. As a regular user of the great service that is 311, we have so many serious issues, in the area that I live that are cheek by jowl to my house, that I felt it more appropriate for people or interested parties who live closer to the bar to deal with those. There's a lot. So much so that when I call 311, they say, oh, hi, Claire, how y'all doing?
Okay, let's try to keep it. We've got
Very
another case
quickly,
at 2 o'clock, so let's move this along.
last question. Thank you, Ms. Palmieri. Would it surprise you that only one complaint has been made to 311 over the last licensing year for Eric 500?
No, it would not.
Thank you very much.
You have another witness?
Yes, I have another witness. Lowell. Can you state your name and spell it, please?
Lowell Larson, Lowell, Larson.
And how far away is Eric 500 from where you live?
I live the third house from the corner of Greenmount Avenue's intersection with North Avenue on the in the 400 block. I'm not sure how many feet that is.
So it's across the street, kind of kitty corner, right?
Across the street, kitty corner.
So you are currently a board member and officer of Greater Greenmount, correct?
That's correct.
And in that capacity, you were involved in the 2015 protest of renewal of this license, correct?
That is correct.
And as part of that process, instead of moving forward with the protest of renewal, Greater Greenmount decided to enter into an MOU with the then licensee and officer of ACA Liquors, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So can you we don't have to go through the entire MOU line by line, but what were some of the provisions?
I'm sorry, but is the current licensee not a party to this?
The Mrs. On is not. No, she is. She's not a party to that. Mr. On, who was the officer at the time, was the main signatory to that MOU. But the corporate entity has stayed the same,
So the corporate entity owned it? and
Yes.
He signed on behalf of the corporate entity, is that what you're saying?
No.
He signed as the licensee.
Oh, okay. And then when was the
Therefore-
license transferred?
I believe the transfer hearing was held in, I believe, 2016, but it was not completed for many months after that because of some owing some fees to the liquor board that got in the way of the actual
Did
transfer.
the current licensee ever agree to the terms of the MOU?
No, the Mr. On, who is the signatory to the licensee, is still a manager and still the resident agent and the owner of the building. So he's still very much involved in the management of the business.
But not a licensee and
I
not a
understand.
corporate officer or possesses any ownership whatsoever. Thank you.
So can you
So I'd object to the relevance of an MOU with prior licensee.
But we haven't heard yet.
Sorry.
Can you tell us kind of a few of the provisions of the MOU that were important to, that were in the MOU that were important to GDCA?
Yes, I would say that there were three that I think are salient at this point. Number one, the ACA Liquors agreed that they would not violate any liquor laws or rules and regulations of this City of Baltimore, State of Maryland. Number two, they agreed that they would have a licensed security guard on premise while they were open, all times that they were open. Number three, they agreed that they would purchase a ID scanner so that they could verify the ages of the people who are purchasing alcoholic beverages.
And to your knowledge, has Eric 500, at any point since that MOU was signed, have they hired security?
I have never seen security in the store or outside of the store. And in terms of the selling to underage people, I think the record that the liquor board has shows that they have done so, sold to underage people.
Right, so, right, okay. Have you seen any positive change at this establishment or this business since the protest of renewal that ended in this MOU?
Since when?
Since 2015, have you seen any improvements in the business?
I saw some improvements within the last 3 days.
Okay, but not in general since that time?
Not in general, no.
Okay. So as a member of the board of GGCA, have the licensees reached out to you in any way since that MOU was signed to try to maintain a dialogue with the community or to come to any community meetings?
Yes, we had a number of interactions after the MOU was signed, and we met with them and with the police major at the time, who I believe was Major Ward. And Major Ward wanted them to reduce their number of hours between, eliminate their hours between midnight and 2 a.m. And they countered by saying, we will not open quite as early in the morning. And a few months later, they asked us if they could again reopen at 6 a.m. And we wrote them a letter saying that we will not entertain that unless they meet the terms of the MOU. And the terms of the MOU were not met, so we never.
Objection.
When was this?
So the letter that he's referring to is in your packet, I believe. It should be toward the end. So that, again, could you clarify when you had those conversations?
That was in 2015.
It was, yeah.
Objection.
Okay.
Was there a specific complaint during the current year?
Not from Lowell's testimony.
I can talk about loitering, which is
Anything
that
other than
relevant?
what we've already heard Something other than what we've already heard?
I have some specific facts, but it just corroborates what the prior witness stated.
Okay. Anything additional?
No, but it should be part of your packet, the specific times and well, I would say additionally, going in and out of the store multiple times in a 30-minute period, I observed an individual with a backpack. I don't know if it's the same individual that the prior witness was observing, but going in and out of the liquor store 12 times within 30 minutes.
When did that occur?
That occurred Sunday, April 14th, between 12:17 p.m. and 12:48 p.m.
Just this month?
Yes, a few days ago.
Anything else with?
No.
Thank you, sir. You just testified that things have gotten better in the past 3 days.
Yes.
Does that mean that you have been viewing the establishment for the past 3 days?
Yes.
Does that mean that you've entered the establishment at
No.
any time in the past 3 days?
No.
Does that mean that you've entered the establishment any time in the last 3 months?
No,
So you don't know if they have an ID scanner or not, do you?
not presently,
All right.
but no.
Thank
That's
you.
correct.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. You have another witness?
Yes, I believe there's at least one detective, if not two. Can the detective come up, please? Thank you. To talk about that corner. Oh, I don't know. I think she was sworn.
Were you sworn, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, state your name for the record, please.
Detective Jacqueline Fillion with the Baltimore City Police Department.
Get your last name, ma'am.
Fillion,
How do you spell it?
it's F as in Frank, I-L-L-I-O, N as in Nancy.
Good afternoon.
And so you've heard the testimony already from the community members. Are you familiar with the intersection of North and Greenmount?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you kind of talk a little bit from the law enforcement perspective of your experience with, specifically with Eric 500 and its patrons, and maybe what the differences have been when the business has been closed?
Sure. So I've been in the Eastern for 8 years now. We've had numerous different calls for service to Eric's 500, to the intersection of North and Greenmount for disorderly calls. Specifically since 2017, we've had 400 disorderly calls for service, which it's a minor issue for the police, but it does take away from our resources. So we're having to constantly go up there. In fact, we've made it such an issue in the past, we've had cars dedicated to sitting right there during specific times of the day to decrease all of this loitering, the CDS trafficking. We've had our operations units, our drug units, go into those areas and try to reduce the amount of a CDS and loitering and gambling calls that we get in those areas. We have ag assaults that come out because of drunken disputes, domestic drunken disputes, that sort of thing. We've had robberies in the area, dischargings, shootings in the immediate blocks surrounding it. And these are a lot of times linked back to Eric's 500. Either these people are coming to or from, and we get calls for service for these violent incidents. So
You had instances that were linked back to Eric 500 since May of last year?
we have, in August, 500 East North Avenue, we had a non-fatal shooting in which the victim was leaving from the liquor, the store, and he was actually shot in the 500 block of East North.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Detective, any of those calls stem from the licensees themselves? Any of the 400 calls you mentioned?
I haven't been able to research that.
Thank you.
So can you tell the board, there's been a couple times in the past few months where the bar has been closed, once by this board, once by the fire marshal for a couple weeks. And can you, if you've noticed any difference, can you tell us what that difference is?
Objection asked and answered.
Well, I don't think this witness.
She let
has.
off her
She
testimony
may
with
have
it.
something new to say about it.
So for the specific period where the fire marshal closed them down for 2 weeks, we actually saw a significant reduction. We only had 2 total calls for service that came into 911. The other 5 were actually self-initiated by patrol themselves. So we actually did see a marked decrease in calls for service there, as well as when we were observing the City Watch cameras to ensure their compliance with the shutdown, we saw a huge decrease in the amount of foot traffic through that area. So you only had people standing at the bus stop specifically to get on the bus. And the unit in which I work, we specifically watch cameras to maintain any sort of visibility in the area to call out, say, CDS calls, have people go and investigate these things. So it was a prime focus for us at the time to ensure that they were in compliance and to note any sort of difference in the foot traffic, the CDS, and the gambling that was going on in that area.
Those are all my questions.
Mr. Fogelman?
I'll be very brief. She's got Capitals colors on, but a Bruins lanyard, so she's going to be a tricky witness. All right, Detective Filion, or you say
Fillion.
Fillion, okay. With respect to that intersection, it is clearly a challenging area, is it not? And in fact, there's activity going on all four of those corners simultaneously many times, aren't there?
Yes,
There's people waiting for buses, there's people waiting for something, but there's, at some point, there's always people on those four corners during the day,
Yes,
right?
sir.
All right, and now unfortunately, due to the 2007 consent decree signed by the Baltimore Police Department, you are no longer able to arrest loiterers. Isn't that a fact?
That is actually incorrect, sir.
Okay, so tell me the policy then for when a loiterer would be arrested.
In an instance to effect an arrest for loitering, you first have to actually speak to the individual involved in that. You have to warn them. You have to give them a citizen contact slip saying that you did indeed warn them for loitering. And then you issue a civil citation after that for a second violation. Pursuant to that, if they continue to do that, then you may arrest them, but it must be documented.
All right, and have any civil citations been issued at those four corners over the last year to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Okay. But you don't expect Mrs. On to come out front with a shotgun and tell people to move on, do you?
Absolutely not.
You don't think that would be helpful to the community, do you?
No.
All right, so where's the balance between the police responsibility and the licensee responsibility, in your opinion?
The police do have a responsibility to go to these areas and ensure that there is no illegal activity going on. However, the presence of this liquor establishment in that area contributes to a lot of these individuals coming into this area.
Because there's no other proximate liquor stores for these people?
There are actually a couple of liquor stores within the general vicinity, a few blocks away. You have the Wooden Nickel on 2200 Kirk Avenue, and then you also have one in the 2400 block of Greenmount.
And then you certainly don't fault the bar for having a patron shot as he left the bar, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. I thank you very much, Detective Fillion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Detective, do you have some information
Documentation,
to
yes.
submit to the board? This is, I believe, calls for service for that address.
And is that for the address or for the
For
block?
500 East North Avenue
Or
to
500.
500 East North Avenue.
It's only for the address. So, and as he's looking at those, I'll just wrap up with my conclusion, just very briefly, which is that obviously this intersection is a very important one in Baltimore. There's a lot of people coming and going, and so Eric 500 is hurting not just the people who live nearby, who you've heard from, but everyone who is traveling through this intersection. The corporation that owns the liquor license has a long list of violations, mostly sales to minors and tavern violations over the past, let's say, 7 years since it's been open. There's been 2 violation hearings in the past year that I think are both sales to minors, but really the community is concerned about sales to minors, certainly. They're concerned about the tavern violations, but they're really concerned about the constant issues with drinking in public, drug dealing going on in and around Eric 500. And the business owners at this establishment have just not done their part. They've made a bunch of promises over the years to clean up their establishment. They said they were going to purchase an ID scanner. They said they were going to hire security. They have not done so. And so GGCA asked that the board not renew the license. I would just want the people who are present today who are asking the board not to renew the license to please stand, if you would. And I have a list of those people's names and their signatures here. And that's the end of my.
Okay, thank you. If you want, it'll be received. Mr. Fogelman, did you want to put on evidence?
Yeah, I also want to object to the admissibility of the calls for service. First of all, the cover sheet says 2017 to 19 homicides, not focusing on this licensing year. Secondly, the calls for service matrix seems to have changed in that now we have mug shots of people arrested in there. This is information that was not testified to, and it's outside the scope on both sides, it looks like, of the...
You testified to the calls, but I don't know, you should tell us what was during the last year?
The entire list is in there, sir. You would have to look at it specifically to get the actual years.
So it will be received to the extent that it's relevant.
All right, I find it
I don't know how helpful it's
inflammatory.
going to be
Yeah,
at this point.
all right.
Well, obviously, it goes beyond the year that we have in question, but so does some of the testimony. We're allowed to receive some of that as background context.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make a motion at this point. I don't believe the burden's been met.
I would deny the motion.
Thank you. All right, I'm ready to put on some evidence. I'll be brief. What we have here is a business in a tough neighborhood. We have
Are you going to be testifying?
pretty much, I mean, Ms. Hans, I was actually going to ask Mr. Hahn if he would be able or allowed to give interpreting services in this matter. And in the interest of time, my proffers will probably be
So
much
there's a
quicker.
language problem. I don't know. Is he able to?
He is certainly able to.
Okay, could you come forward, please?
What's his first name?
Stephen with a B.
H-A-N. His last name?
H-A-N, yeah.
Because I shop at Target for all.
Can you swear him as a interpreter, please?
Mr. Hahn, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to translate from English to Korean and Korean back to English to the best of your ability?
Yes. Standing in the back.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hahn, you're a licensee at 500 East North Avenue, isn't that right? Ms. Hahn is the licensee.
So
You need to
Can you
translate.
ask her the question he asked?
I'm sorry.
In Korean.
Ms. Lon, are you the licensee?
You have to, I'm sorry, but she can't just whisper to herself.
Right.
So
All right.
let's get to the
If
heart.
Ms. Hahn could acknowledge that this is a petition that was circulated from the customers of her bar. Okay, containing 300 signatures? All right, I'd move for the admission of 2, and with a copy for all.
When did this happen?
When did this petition
No,
happen?
when did these signatures get?
No.
Were they from 100 years ago or recently?
No. How long have you been getting signatures? A month?
2 weeks.
And in fact, I drew up the heading. I wrote the heading for the petition for you, did I not? Okay. Is that received? I've got extra
Yeah,
copies.
this is received.
That's ordained.
You want the original back?
I'd like that notice. All right, Ms. Ahn, do you have anything to do with people across the street from the bar?
I can't hear any of this. Is there anybody going to speak up?
We might need an extra microphone ourselves over here right now. The- All right. Do you have anything to do with people across the street from your bar? Okay. Are these photos taken of your bar today?
Yes.
I'd move for the admission of
They'll be received.
And Mrs. Hahn, is this a photo of the interior of your bar last night?
그 사진 어저께 밤에 찍었거든요. 가게. Yes.
I move for the admission of 5.
It'll be received.
Thank you. Mrs. Hahn, do you or your employees clean up in front of the bar?
거기 일하는 애들이 밤에 청소하고 낮에도 청소해. Yes.
Do you or your employees ask people to leave the railing area?
거기 사람들 앞에 거기 앉으지게 좀 떠나라고 말도 해요. 사람들 서 있으면. Yes.
And Ms. Hahn, did you receive a letter dated January 22nd, 2019 from the Liquor Board commending you for passing a compliance check?
리커보드에서 편지 온 거 마이너 패스했다고 받은 거 기억나요? Yes.
I move for the admission of 6.
Be received.
And Mrs. Hahn, will you agree to ban customers from the store who are identified as causing trouble in the community?
그러니까 동네 애들 있잖아요. 나쁜 애 많이 팔고 그러네. 뭐 옷 파는 애들 걔네들 술을 안 팔으려면 안 팔려. Yes, she agree.
And Mrs. Hahn, would you agree to a license restriction to prohibit the sale of miniatures?
그러니까 라이선스 받고 그거 조그만 사이즈 미니처 같은 거 안 팔아도 돼요. Yes.
And would you agree to limit your hours of operation from 10 a.m. to midnight?
시간도 바꿔도 괜찮아요. 10시, 12시. 네. Yes.
And Mrs. Hahn, would you agree that the line for customers at the store can be long sometimes?
그 어쩌다 사람 많이 기다린 게 지금 뭐 손님이 많다고 길다고 그러는 거야. 어쩌다 길잖아요. 네. Yes.
Would you agree to open 2 windows, 2 customer windows, to ease the line in and out of the establishment?
그러니까 그 창문 하나 더 맹길 수 있는. Yes.
And Mrs. Hahn, have you agreed to renovate the facade out front?
그 바깥에 청소하고 다시 새로 할 수 있냐? Yes.
And finally, Mrs. Hahn, will you agree to involve your employees with the neighborhood association in the future?
What the employees or
Or her?
그러니까 이제부터 동네 사람들은 같이 서로 말하고 요건 주시면. Yes.
And I might have one more question. No further questions.
Anything across?
No.
Okay. Further witnesses?
At this time, no, just a proffer of support from employees and customers. I'd ask that they stand. I didn't
That's
get them
fine.
to do a sign-in list. If you're here in support of Eric 500, you could stand up. All right, thank you very much. So, on behalf of my client, I'm able to state that I wasn't working with them, as far as I know, when there was some MOU with the past ownership. What I will say, and I see Councilman Stokes is here, so I'll let him play through before I start making
Okay.
some arguments.
Sorry, I forgot that Councilman Stokes is here in support of the protest.
Yes, sir.
of
Do you
renewal.
have something you wanted to tell us?
Yes, I'm real quick. I ride through that neighborhood. I live in that neighborhood. I represent that neighborhood. it's not a day that somebody is standing outside of that walk area where you go in. It's not a day that somebody's standing outside of the building. It's not a day that you see traffic every day. When it closed, it was quiet. When it was open, it's back to the same thing. It gets frustrating. I know the residents of Greater Greenmount, nobody's trying to put nobody out of business, but after a while, you're tired of it. The shootings, the arrests. I mean, you go back when the incident happened with a Baltimore City police officer who beat a guy. It all started way before that. And I think the residents of Greater Greenmount are sick and tired of seeing this, and they want to see some great positive things in their neighborhood. We want Ms. Chung to be a good neighbor. They haven't been one. I'm looking at this petition, and you got people all the way from Cathedral Street. They don't live around there. You got people all the way in Bel Air Edison on this signing list. So I don't know, they must have been the customers that came in. Did nobody from the community sign this? I'm looking at it. Rutland Avenue, St. George's Road, that's a long ways from Eric 500. Gorsuch Avenue, Pelham and Bel Air Road, off of Bel Air Road, Drew Hill Avenue. And then you got signatures all the way through here. Some of them don't have none. When was this signed? Ain't no date on it. So we can't use the signatures just because you give your customers come in and say, sign this, because we having a problem with liquor board with the community. If you look through the list, it's half of these people. The Alameda, Smallwood Street is way in West Baltimore. Cambridge, Maryland. This not, I mean, this is ridiculous. Dumbarton Avenue, Giddings Street is nowhere near Greenmount and North Avenue. So I think this list right here should not be put into your record because it's not true of the people that live around there.
Did you have anything further?
Well, I think that the license should not be renewed. I ride there every day. It's the same mess. And people tired of it. I'm tired of seeing it. I get phone calls. People call the office anonymous. What y'all gonna do about the business there? When they close, every time they close, it was so peaceful there. When you talk about the clothes across the street, they there every day. If the place is closed, they still there. I've talked to Telus about that. They own the property. And I had an issue. Y'all need to do something about people selling clothes on that corner. We want some positive things in our city. We got enough problems. We should not have our police officers sit there all day and use up all the resources to watch that bar when we got all these shootings and murders going on in Baltimore City. That's a waste of our resources. So I don't think license should be renewed. This does not reflect the community.
Okay, do you have, excuse me, Councilman, do you have questions?
Yes, Councilman, thank you. So, first of all, is it your testimony that none of your constituents signed that document with 300 signatures?
What you mean? Say it again?
You said no one from the community. What does that mean to you?
First of all, Mr. Foldman, when did you get these copies? Where did they come from?
Well, 2 weeks ago, I
But
said...
where's the date at? There's no date on this.
No, this is my turn to ask you questions, Councilman. That is how we're doing it.
There probably is some people from the community voting. Okay, but if you look through this list that you got 30 pages,
All right.
I mean, that's not reflective of the community.
All right, next question. You've got to admit that's a challenging intersection at all 4 points on that intersection.
Not true. There's no loitering over where Rite Aid used to be, which is going to be a dialysis. Across the street is a cemetery. You can't loiter over there. That's a bus stop. I'm going to answer your question.
So people aren't at the bus stop right across the street, across North Avenue?
Which bus stop are you talking about?
Bus stop directly across North Avenue from the front of Eric 500.
Absolutely, and some of them sit there all day.
Exactly. So
after they leave there, because it's not just the liquor, it's the drug activity that go there. They go sit on a bus stop to wait to pick up their drugs.
It's the fault of Eric 500 that we have people at a bus stop across the street and down the way.
No,
This is not a game show.
Have some quiet in this.
I'm not going to say who fault it is, but it's their responsibility as a good neighbor. They don't come outside. I can sit there all day if I was a drug dealer and sell all the drugs I want. Can I ask you a question, Mr. Fogel?
No, you can't. Sorry. Councilman, you talked about the thrift store guy, the guy with the clothes, across Greenmount from Eric 500. How is he Eric 500's problem?
I didn't say that.
But you brought him up.
I said there is a thrift store across the street, and I personally called because the community wanted to know, did the person have a peddler's license, first of all?
But it's fair to say that you're blaming everything on Eric 500.
Mr. Fogel,
is
you
it
didn't
not?
hear me say that. I'm talking about Eric 500. Let's stay on that, okay? Your list is terrible.
All right.
There is a problem every time I ride my community. I live in that community, and I'm getting sick and tired of looking at it. Now, let me finish. When you leave your job, do you ride around there?
I was down there yesterday.
Because, Mr. Fogel, you've been on the other side of here before.
Indeed.
And you have defended groups like this who really should have a say-so in a liquor license. Now you're on the other side of the liquor board that where you used to be, and I can't ask you, do you live around there? Do you drive around there? Because it's...
Let's stop.
Real quick, I've got one substantive question, one line of substantive question to go, and we are done. You brought up Telesis Corporation, did you not?
Absolutely.
And they own a lot of property right to the north of this establishment, isn't that right?
Yes.
And they have intentions and want to purchase the property of Eric 500, isn't that right?
Not that I know of.
You don't know of any plans for them to
sir.
purchase any
No,
further
sir.
property on North Avenue? or
Absolutely
Green
not. I talked to Telesis about the property across the street.
But you would agree that it would be in Telus' best interest to have a distressed
don't agree because
property
I'm not-
sale, would you not?
No, because I haven't had a conversation, or Telesis never have a conversation with me about purchasing Eric 500.
All right, and finally, when you say everything was quiet after Eric 500 was shut down, did the buses stop running that week?
No, but the loitering was gone. The activity was gone.
But waiting for buses and the thrift store and everything else
Not
was
talking
still
about
there,
the
right?
bus and the thrift store. We talking about Eric 500, Mr. Fogelman.
All right, thank you.
One at a time, please.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you want to sum up, Mr. Fogelman? We've got to move on.
I do, and I will. This is, I don't know, maybe I'm old-fashioned. I just find that in the day, someone would complain to management. They would complain to management, they would say, you need to come to our community meeting, or we're gonna, or else we're gonna do this. But that doesn't seem to happen, at least not in the last several years in this case. What you have before you is a licensee and a prior licensee, because you have offenses on this under a prior licensee and a disinvested former licensee in the corporation. So I'd really like you to focus on what's happened in the last year and when this licensee has been in front of you twice. And in that time, they have been found guilty on both occasions. And you do a lot of hearings, but I don't know if you remember the February hearing wherein an employee, a longtime employee of the establishment, was fired after making a subsequent sale in 7 months to a minor. Since that time, the licensees purchased an ID scanner, as we mentioned at the hearing in February. And since that time, the licensee has gone out and tried to clear out the loitering. Unless you visit on foot, I don't really think it's easy to understand how challenging an intersection this can be with activity coming north, east, west, and south. Therefore, it is a bit of a crossroads, as the petition may suggest. It is people jumping off a bus to transfer who are a customer of the store who get on another bus, but we don't hear about those customers. We hear about the customers that are here in the neighborhood, and these are folks that are local. And some of these folks know the folks that are allegedly committing crimes outside of the store, a block away from the store, 2 blocks away from the store. But for whatever reason, BPD can't shut these things down. Housing can't secure a vacant. And at some point, we have to ask, what can they do? What should they do? And if you spend any time at this intersection, you'll feel that you would like more police presence there yourself. We have the detective who admitted that loitering and these things are minor issues. We had Ms. Palmieri admit that she has bigger fish to fry, and so she doesn't call 311 on the liquor store or the bar. So my client has a commendation letter from January for being in compliance. 2 violations over the last calendar year, corrective action taken in the form of firing an employee and procuring an ID scanner. And finally, license restrictions, not MOUs, this licensee agreeing to close no later than midnight and open no earlier than 10. And in going over the case with the licensee, it became obvious that they admitted that the loiterers, the problem customers we have are customers who purchase miniatures. That is our problem. It's not the folks who buy a 6-pack. It's not the folks who buy a pint. It is the folks who buy 1.25 ounces of liquor, and that's the problem, and that's their solution, is to get rid of miniatures for the first time in this bar's history. These are serious charges. My client offers serious resolution of those charges in the form of a license restriction, making it obvious and evident to anyone, a police officer or liquor board inspector, when they come in the establishment, says you're not supposed to sell miniatures. I don't care if it's 12:30 at night, you agreed to close at midnight. And these are things that can only be done with the licensee's consent, and indeed, she does consent. Thank you.
Question about security. What security measures has the licensee taken in the last couple of years or last year?
I am not aware of a security guard at the establishment. At this point, and let me close my part of the case by saying this, so I thought I was going to get the last word, but
You are getting the
okay, then I'll save the last word to the last word. Thank you.
Anything? Because I'm
Very
ready to
briefly,
roll.
very briefly. In the event that the board is inclined to revoke the license, we'd, by consent, ask that the license be indefinitely suspended and sold, and the property as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, commissioners?
Nothing else.
Okay. I denied the earlier motion to dismiss on the basis of the failure to provide a specific complaint, because I believe that on the basis of the 2 sustained violations that occurred during the last year and the testimony received and documentary evidence received, that we do have specific complaints during the relevant time period. Furthermore, on the basis of the documentary evidence, which is extensive, the testimony received from Ms. Palmieri, from Mr. Larson, from Detective Fillion, and Councilman Stokes, I believe that there's substantial evidence in the record that merits non-renewal of the license, particularly the general welfare of the community, which has been placed in jeopardy as a result of the failure to monitor a very dangerous situation that emanates around this establishment. And I think that most of the compliance issues that have been stated today come too little and too late. It was all very obvious, and it should have been addressed long ago. So I'm not prepared to vote to renew the license.
I concur with the chairman. I believe that there is substantial evidence not to renew the license. I find compelling the testimony of the detective, and looking at the call log, there were a number of issues related to calls related to, well, all of them were related to the license particularly within the last year. I find compelling the testimony of the neighbor, Ms. Palmieri, the 2 neighbors, Ms. Palmieri and Mr. Larson. I do believe that this, as the chairman indicated, is a general welfare issue. I also believe that there were opportunities for the licensee to rectify these issues and to work with the community. I understand that the MOU was not related to this license, but to this licensee, but it was certainly related to the corporation, and it's been a part of, they knew that this was an issue for a number of years, and I don't see any efforts to, there haven't been any testimony about any efforts to rectify those things, and I also find compelling the testimony of the councilman as well. This is, I think it, as the chairman said, it's too little, too late, and I vote not to renew this license.
I too find substantial evidence to merit non-renewal based upon the sustained violations during the license year, Detective Fillion's testimony about the numerous 911 calls for service, security issues. I found particularly persuasive Ms. Palmieri and Mr. Lawson's testimony that came before us. And I would also add that while the MOU does not apply I think the spirit of the MOU should have been followed and complied with, and it wasn't. So, I find that, the licensee violated some key spirited provisions, and for those reasons, I too would vote for non-renewal.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Can we take a 2-minute break, please?
Go ahead, but let's make it quick.
How long do we have? I have next case.
We don't have to sit for that.
Voting for how long you guys get? Sorry.
I call exhibits for the record. Board Exhibit 1, letter of an opposition from Baltimore Good Neighbor Coalition dated April 9th, 2019. Board Exhibit number 2, letter in opposition from Behavioral Health Systems dated 4/15/2019. Board Exhibit number 3, protest of renewal petition. Exhibit 4, photos, 3 in total. Exhibit 5, letter of compliance from Baltimore City Liquor Board dated 1/22/2019.
Please, we're on the record, folks. Please take your conversation out of the room.
Exhibit for opposition, number 1, call of service log. Number 2, list of opposition. Licensee Exhibit 1, photo. Licensee Exhibit 2, petition of support. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
No, I wanted it over 5 minutes ago. Let's go. What? They went to the bathroom. They want to talk all day.
Bryson, they're just going to recess. Are we off? Recess for now until the commissioners come back? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we don't need to be on. Trying to control. Only because she's learned over the years. Gives the people the opportunities.
Good, how are you? Good, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Judge, how you
Nice
been,
to
my
see you.
friend? I'll be here in a minute. What's next one you?
Waverly Tavern.
Okay, so I'm here, Poe.
I'll be
That's the,
He'd be a good man.
he would.
He'd be a good man.
Somebody's got to get in.
You know he'd be a good man.
He would be. He knows how to run things,
Is that the governor's former chief of staff? He wants to be mayor.
Yeah, his name's been floated. Yeah. I don't know.
This one is not going that long. I don't care what happens.
Follow your lead.
And we lost Bryson.
That's why I said this is going to be. I know.
Yep. Yep. Just waiting for him.
Christ. Quite the crowd out there.
I mean, do you wish you were in oral exams now?
Yes.
Do you wish Harvey was here now?
Yes.
This would have been all you.
All right, let's go. Let's call the
Calling
next
the
case.
Calling the next case, the 2 p.m. case, Bibek Gautam, Shekhar Karki, and Rupenda Lutel, BS&R LLC, trading as Waverly Tavern, 3801 Old York Road. This is a protest of renewal of a Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license.
Council, please identify yourselves for the record.
Thank you, Stephen W. Fogle, on behalf of the licensees. On
Okay,
behalf of
all those
licensees.
who are hope to testify here, please come forward now and raise your right hand.
Is everybody?
No. Please. You. Right here. Everybody, please have a seat and raise your right hand if you may be testifying. Thank you.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Who brought the petition?
The Waverly Improvement Association on behalf of the immediate vicinity, the immediate people who live within the vicinity of the Waverly
Can you
Town.
state your name for the record, sir, please?
Kun Sun Threely, co-president.
I'm sorry, give us your last name again, please.
Threely, S as in Sam, W-E-E-L-E-Y.
Okay, Mr. Sweeney.
Son is 2 words.
Yes.
Ms. Sweeney, do you want to present testimony?
Yes, we got statements from multiple people that they couldn't be here because this is scheduled during their work hours and they couldn't take off, but they still wanted us to come to protest this renewal. We want the liquor board to look back at the 2 hearings where there's a protest history from the letters that you've received, and also use the violation history of this past license year to hopefully not renew this license.
Okay, and do you have testimony about other specific complaints during the license year, other than the violations?
Not to our knowledge, just the violations from this past license year.
Okay, is there anyone else present who has specific complaints during the past license year other than the violations? Okay. Well, that's phase 1, as everybody knows, of the protest.
Yes, I am going to make a motion at this time based on 2 violations, including violations that occurred prior to the licensing year. I don't think there's a basis for denial of renewal.
Well, I don't
at
think
this
they're
time.
referring to those. They're referring to the one during the current year.
Yes.
Well, and we get into it deeper, you'll see that in fact, then let me continue arguing, and that is, as far as this current licensing year goes and offenses that were alleged to have occurred on this licensing year, you have a September 26, 18, not operating as a tavern. That is a first such violation, and that was found on February 21st, 2019. Also, you have an April 6th and April 14, 2018 18 charges, which were combined in the September 13th, 2018 hearing. So those, as far as I'm concerned, are not the basis of this licensing year. However, you had an August 18th violation or charges rolled into that same hearing date. One of those charges was for not operating as a tavern. They were found not responsible at that time. The only charge that was sustained within this licensing year on the hearing date of September 13, 2018, was a single 4.16 charge for being out of paper towels and having loose electrical wires. So that's the basis. That's the specific.
What about the BD7 violation that we heard on February 21st?
I mentioned that earlier. That occurred on September 26, 2018. So that one is clearly within the bounds, and that's a single charge. That's a single violation. They were found not guilty of operating as not operating as a BD7 on September 13th. So what we're left with for May 1 through April 30, 18 to 19, is a single 4.02 violation and a single 4.16 violation, which the file will clearly show was regarding health issues like not having paper towels in the bathroom. The things you see on this list, like gambling, et cetera, those were all things that were never alleged to have occurred during this licensing year. To wit, they were alleged to have occurred on April 14th and April 6th, 2018, respectively. And quite frankly, it's my understanding the board brought those in because during the April 19th, 2018 protest hearing, this was the first the board had ever heard of it. And the board didn't have police reports. And so the board said, we'll get back to you. And sure enough, they did. And in September, we had a violation hearing on it. So we're talking about a single individual.
You already said that
Okay,
3 times.
all right.
Okay, so we got to move along.
So
I'm
need
going to deny the motion. I think that the violation that we heard in February is sufficient to get past phase 1, so let's move to phase 2.
All right, thank you very much. Their case.
Okay.
Did you want to say anything else?
Okay, who's going to testify in protest, and let's move along.
We're protesting the expansion of the license into the next year.
Yes, right.
My name is Mary Pat Clark, Baltimore City Council, and I represent people who live in the immediate vicinity of this tavern, except that the tavern itself is in my colleague's 4th district, and he will be testifying. I would just like to say that we were all here last year and got caught up in what was a process that we did not know about, that we then, in other words, police can't testify at a liquor board hearing if they haven't first gone through the liquor board with the violation that they're protesting at a hearing. So that was what happened to us last year. And so I, for one, have been in touch with the major at Northern District who did testify last year in opposition to the continuation of this license. And he assured me that that whatever system there needed to be in place for the police to tell the liquor board before anybody else about violations, he said that was all in place. So I think this year we don't have that problem, and that anything that is a violation, which is just is properly sequeled in the records of the liquor board so you can accept it. And how many, few or many it might be, it is part of a long recent history that has disrupted a neighborhood where people have, in both of our districts, have asked us, please, for help. Thank you.
Well, okay, do you have any questions?
I have no questions. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
You're very welcome.
Clarify the record from last year.
Yes, that's what happened,
What
sir.
happened last year was that we had not issued violations to this licensee because the police did not tell us
Yeah.
about the
That's right.
the violations, so we had no way of knowing about them at that time.
Right, and so you couldn't act on them last year at the hearing.
So we have corrected that.
Right, and I appreciate that, thank you. We lost a year, but we learned a lot. Thank you.
Councilman, do you want to be, that's fine.
Can I use this or is it better?
Either way. Just state your name, please.
Bill Henry, Councilman 4th District. As my colleague has already said, the actual establishment is in my council district, but many of the neighbors of Waverly who are here today to protest this establishment and who have been negatively impacted by its behavior over the years reside in her district, and that's why we're sharing this protest. I'm not sure how much more I have to add. My colleague was very comprehensive in laying this out.
That's fine. Let's get the people up here who can tell us.
I did have a question, though. I wanted to just clarify from the motion that was denied. The charges from April of 2018 that were addressed during a September of 18 hearing, are those charges considered to have happened during this license year or not?
Clarify for you, so, okay.
Yeah.
Under our process for process of renewal, there's 2 phases to it. In the first phase, there has to be a specific complaint that occurred between May 1 of 2018 and March 30 of 2019 before we can proceed.
Gotcha.
And he moved to dismiss because he didn't think that the one that we had was enough, and I said that it was enough, so we moved to the second phase. And now we're in the second phase to determine whether there's substantial evidence to renew or not renew the license, and now we can consider additional violations that date back before that.
Thank you.
All right, real quick, Councilman. Councilman, are you aware that the licensees have had a policy of closing at 10 p.m. since February 27th of this year?
Yes.
All right, and you were aware that they closed at midnight prior to that for a while?
I am aware that that was their negotiated policy with the community.
Well,
I can't attest to whether they actually closed at midnight every night.
generally
Okay.
right. Generally speaking, an operation that shuts down at 10 instead of 2, do you consider that a helpful situation with
Yes.
respect to peace and public order?
I agree that, and for what it's worth, I would be happy to share this with the board. One of the things that has made this matter a little confusing is that the management and ownership of the tavern has changed over the last year and a half, and my understanding is that the people that I have been negotiating with and trying to facilitate cooperation and work with the community is a different group than previously. And so I know that the people I have been working with have tried to find ways to reduce the impact, but given that people are still complaining, I have taken that to mean that their efforts have not been successful.
Well, would it surprise you, Councilman, that Detective James Craig from Northern District has written to the Liquor Board indicating that indeed there's been an obvious change in the area with fewer numbers of individual loitering and minimal calls for service on the block?
Counselor, at this point, nothing from the Baltimore Police Department would surprise me.
All right. No further questions.
Thank you. Do you have witnesses who are going to give specific complaints?
That's your question. Okay. According to your records, 3801 Old York received 67 calls. That is the most out of the rest of the addresses listed in this email from John Chrysomalis. It says 1 call for 2300 West Baltimore, 15 calls for 422 26 Macon Street, 0 calls for 4019 Frederick Avenue, 1 call for 500 East North, 67 calls for 3801 Old York, 0 calls for 4742 Frederick, 16 calls
Our record shows 67,311 calls for this.
for 3801, yes, and that's the most out of the rest.
Okay.
Yeah, the highest.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Swilly, but do you have any specific, other than what's been sustained, can you speak to anything specific in the last year or be?
Unfortunately, I can't because I don't have anyone here who can personally testify because this is scheduled during regular working hours, and I've been told by a lot of people who said they wanted to be here, they can't because this is being done.
There's someone here who will tell us what the problem is.
Are there people in the audience that can talk about issues with the establishment that you have here?
Oh, the issues that the Waverly Improvement Association has received is that the establishment is not the general welfare is being adversely affected by the Waverly Tavern establishment.
Can you tell us how? So what are the examples?
We've been told people are afraid to go in that general area. There's been drug dealing there, gambling there.
At the Waverly Tavern?
In the general area of in the general area of the Waverly Tavern, yes.
Okay, so I don't know, were you here for the last hearing?
Yes.
So there was testimony that people were going in and out of the establishment, purchasing liquor, coming out, mingling with drug sales and that sort of thing. Is that what you're talking about here, or do you have something else?
Yes, that was one of the things that we were able to get someone to testify about in the previous hearing.
Okay, I don't know. Are these folks, do you all have testimony?
Wait, may I cross-examine Mr. Swilly?
Okay, but I don't know what he said.
I do.
Okay.
I sure do. Thank you. Mr. Swilly, did you get a chance to look at The
audience needs to be quiet because we're trying to record the hearing or transcript if there's an appeal or something like that after this case is over with. So please refrain.
Thank you. Mr. Sweely, did you take a chance to look at the 67311 complaints?
We did not receive a copy of those.
Did you ask for a copy of those?
We did not know we needed to.
Okay, so would it surprise you? I'd ask that the call logs produced by the Baltimore City Liquor Board for the licensing year at this location be admitted. That's the original I received from the agency.
That be received.
Copies.
Thank you.
Would it surprise you that of those 67 complaints, not a single one said that the complaint was substantiated?
I did not know, but the email that's in the record said 67 calls for service for 3801 Old York.
Would it surprise you that on May 2nd, would it surprise you that on May 4th, 2018, there was a complaint about disturbing the peace, at which time the liquor board staff responded to the complaint. Upon arrival, staff made the employee aware of the complaint. The music was not loud at time of inspection.
It must have been loud at the time someone called 311.
Would it not surprise you that sort of like The Shining, when Jack Nicholson was writing that book, that 66 other complaints effectively say the bar was closed, complaint unsubstantiated, or there were no people out front, complaint unsubstantiated? Would that surprise you that almost all of these complaints were found to be unsubstantiated?
I can't speak to that.
Right. Would it further surprise you?
This is really way beyond his direct. All he testified to was that there were 67 311 calls. You can put on your testimony. Okay.
So, Mr. Sweely, as co-president, were you involved?
You don't talk here, so you have to wait outside, okay? This is the way we do it.
Mr. Sweely, as co-president of the WIA over the last year, did you have anything to do with the Waverly Improvements Association's refusal to go to mediation with the licensees of this bar?
The board as a whole decided to not go to mediation because we believed it would not be a good move.
Did you think it would be a good move to write a letter to the editor of the Baltimore Sun, impugning the liquor board?
That was done with a previous board.
So you are not co-president in August of 2019 when a letter was published in the Baltimore Sun?
I was, and that was approved by the board.
In fact, your name and a community association president from another area appears on the byline, isn't that right?
Yes, it was agreed upon by the board that my name would be on that letter, but it was on behalf of the Waverly Improvement Association as a whole.
And right after this hearing last year, you wrote a letter to the mayor asking her to have the liquor board in for a public hearing so complaints could be made about them. Isn't that right?
Yes, because we wanted to try to improve liquor establishments in Baltimore City.
All right, I have no more. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there another witness? Are you going to testify, ma'am?
Yes.
Please come up, give us your name, spell it.
Andrea Campo, C-A-M-P-O. I am both a resident of Waverly and I also own property 1 block adjacent to where the tavern is. There is definitely a problem whether you consider those unsubstantiated or not, sir. I live in the community and I can tell you that yes, when you drive by, there are people loitering, there are people drinking outside because cups and ice are given. They're not taking...
How often do you go by there?
Probably twice a day.
And so what hours of the day are we talking about?
All times during the day. I go by, mid-afternoon. Sometimes I'm there in the morning. I'm often there. I don't go by at night because I'm afraid to drive by at night. I will not drive by because there is a stop sign right there for which I am 100% uncomfortable stopping at. So I either break the law by not stopping or I don't drive by. So as long as it is close to dark, I don't go over there.
And how many people are generally in the vicinity?
Oh, jeez. Easily 4 to 6 at all times. Occasionally, if it's, 2. I mean, in the middle of the day. This is in the middle of the day. We have absolutely...
We need quiet, please. Step outside if you're going to have conversations.
We have absolutely seen a decline in the housing market over there. So we are unable to find decent renters because they won't live near there. There was a house, a beautiful house that had been lived in by the same family for 33 years that couldn't be sold. And specifically,
Kinds of things you're observing when you drive by.
yes, and that was specifically stated by people that went to see the house, that they would not live near that. People are drinking outside. If you go in, you can get a cup with ice. You're not taking a cup and ice and a bottle to your house. You are using that to drink in your car or on your stoop or on the 2 vacant houses that are next door or maybe occupied at this stage. There are people.
Did you see anyone coming in and out of the establishment with the cup and ice and going in and out?
Nobody's been in there where the person in front of me has asked for a cup and ice, and it was given. I would agree that maybe loud noise, a noise complaint is just that, or people, right? Like the police come down the street or whomever comes down the street, you call 311. There are times like 3 to 5 days. Okay, well, it may not be happening at that moment that they drive by, or maybe those people have moved on.
So do the people
that
who are
moment.
outside the store, do they harass other people?
I don't know that I could speak to that. I can tell you that I feel unsafe. So, no, I have never seen anyone walking down that sidewalk that was not using that establishment. I wouldn't walk down it.
Thank you. Anything else?
I don't think so.
Thank you. Ma'am, you'll admit that many of your neighbors are vacant homes, isn't that right?
That is not what I said.
All right, no, I'm asking you.
No.
So would you agree that many homes around 3801 Old York Road are vacant homes?
There are 4 large vacant homes on York Road, yes, but predominantly, no.
All right,
On
but
Parkworth, which is the street that I was talking about, there is 1 vacant home, which is actually one that's under renovation by me, and no other ones.
But I'm asking about the immediate vicinity of the bar. There's at least a vacant home on each side of the bar. Isn't that a fact?
No, the one on the one side was the one that's been owned by the same family for 33 years. The one across the street, yes, is vacant. There are two vacant houses right there, possibly 3.
So you're
Not the real estate board. I'd like to know about
She says she's a resident. She should know
But
what's
I'm not
vacant.
concerned
Sir,
about
I do know
vacant
what's
housing. I'm
there.
blaming your people for the fact that houses are vacant. Let's go.
I could tell you the color of them, since you don't think I know what's in my neighborhood. Be happy to tell you the color of the ones that are vacant.
Ma'am, I'm asking you, when is the last time you were in the store?
I don't go in that store, sir, because I'm afraid.
But you testified you did.
I
and
have
you saw
been.
somebody with a cup of ice. Remember?
Okay, first of all, I don't think you need to be condescending. I think that's really below your station, so
Campo,
maybe
can you
we don't
just
need to
tell
do
us
that.
when that was?
Okay,
Mr.
but you're just
Fogelman,
being
Ms.
harassing.
Campo, I need civility. When were you in the store?
Probably 2 months ago.
That answers the question.
Would it surprise you to know that the licensees have not given out cups of ice in at least 2 months?
So I just happened to be the lucky one that was there that day. Would it surprise you that the person in front of me got a cup that I saw?
Are you aware that the store has implemented security over the last year?
There's no obvious evidence of that from outside.
Are you aware that the store started closing down earlier?
Yes, I was here at the last.
Are you aware from your own eyes that the store has not been open after 10, the bar and store have not been open after 10 p.m. since February 27th, 19?
I'm not sure how that affects people hanging out prior to that time.
Well, because I want to ask you if the earlier closure is limiting some of the loitering and the problems you're trying to describe after dark.
No, because 10 o'clock is long after dark. If you're talking about maybe midnight or later, I suppose that's possible. I don't drive down that street after midnight.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Did you want to testify, ma'am? Please come on up. Oh, come on up. Raise your right hand, please.
Chairman, the next 2 have not been sworn in.
All right, well then, both of you raise your right
Yes,
hands,
sure.
please.
Do you raise your hands? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Thank you. I am here as delegate, Regina T. Boyce of the 43rd District. I am also a resident of Waverly. I actually live in the 3500 block of Old York Road, and I really want to speak to, not only as a representative but as a resident, because when the old bar, which was Tony's Place, transferred to be the Waverly Tavern, I was the president of the association at that time, so I wanted to give just a little context of then versus now, and the difference in the establishment since then and now that would hopefully shed some light on why
Okay.
we believe that, you know, there are issues here that either need to be rectified or the place needs to have a non-renewal of a license. And so I was president in about 2011. The place used to be Tony's Place, and as you already know, the place has been a bar since about 1938, I believe. So it was never even a residence. Most houses were built in 1920 in that area. That specific end of the community has been the oldest part of the community. Anyway, when I was president of the association, the individual who owned the bar said she was selling it. We were like, that's great. Some people started making complaints. I argued that up until that point, I never knew that place existed. I walked often in the community. We did a lot of work in the community, so it was never a problem. There was never any complaints, no noise, no loitering, no nothing. And so when the owner then sold it to Mr., I believe it's Suglavia, we worked with him to establish a standard that we wanted the same standard continuing forward, something that is seen and not heard, would have the same type of reputation. And we, you know, went forward, we renamed it, we did all these beautiful things. We decided that we would, you know, try to be a good community bar. There were no problems. We even frequent the bar sometimes. There's a really nice back area to the actual bar. And so, but it seems like maybe 4 years after, when the bar was either sold to friends or family or not under the direct operation of the original purchaser, things started going down. And so that's when it seemed like there was more issues with the place being broken into. There are 2 apartments above the back portion of the bar. It seemed like there was more loitering happening. It seemed like the trash was increasing, and that's when it started becoming the more police calls regarding incidents happening there. I have a neighbor who actually works for the city who's in the second Victorian before the corner, who often complained about the trash and the loitering. Because it is on the street that I live on, if I'm walking or even driving, you'd always see somebody hanging out in front. The door is always propped open as kind of like a come on in, so it's not like a door that's closed that you open. The door is always open to say, come in. There is a vacant property, Mr. Fogelman, on the northwest side of the building, and people loiter there too. They may get their drink, they may sit there and drink their drink, or just people are usually just hanging out. And so I just want to really speak to, it started as something community-based, something we really want to support, something we didn't want to bring down because historically it had always been a bar. But again, as I said, as the hands changed, it seemed like the management and the management practices changed, and I think that's.
So can you pinpoint
yes.
for us when you're talking about?
So about 2012, 2011, I believe it changed hands, and this is 2019. Go back, I mean, starting about like maybe 2014, 2015, the deterioration started with the establishment. And so I think what you're hearing is a lot of people talking about that deterioration of the establishment. And again, disheartening considering it began with a community and business partnership to support something within the community, something that had already been there historically. But now it is a place, I wouldn't personally say that I'm afraid to walk past it, but I do cringe when I walk past it because it is incredibly dirty, littered. I believe the place directly across the street from it is vacant, and so, but it is not a area that is like a vacant area, but the immediate adjacent properties. So I just wanted to give somewhat of a historical context of why we're here today and what we're seeing. And I think management matters as far as an establishment goes. And when management changed, the facility did change, and it is causing issues in the community.
Okay, thank you. Kraus.
Very briefly, thank you, Delegate.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I submit this into a record?
What is this?
This is a letter from the 43rd District Delegation.
Okay, thank you. It'll be
You're
received.
welcome,
I'd
sir.
object due to the lateness of it.
It's all right, it'll be received.
Session's out, so figured they could get it here yesterday. All right, thank you. Delegate,
Yes, sir.
are you aware that the establishment has tinkered with their hours in order to make
Yes, I didn't.
the community safer?
I hear that, and I didn't testify to any late hours or anything. I just testified to the difference in management.
Right. Have you heard of complaints, more complaints, less complaints, since the bar started shutting down at 10 o'clock, 7 days a week?
I think it's about the same. I mean, most people post either through online or through that Nextdoor post about police calls or anything like that. But
would it surprise you that 311 complaints have gone down since the bar started closing at 10 o'clock on February 27th?
I would agree with that, but I'd also combat that with the fact that because the lateness of sometimes the issues, 311 wasn't sufficient to call, and most people would then call 911 versus 311, so those calls may have decreased because people know you're not going to get an immediate response from 311 at 10 and 11 o'clock at night versus calling 911 to get a complaint handled. So I would say it may have gone down because people know the difference in who to call when there's a real issue versus just like a nuisance complaint.
Would it also surprise you that in many of these 311 calls, the bar was closed at the time of the alleged loitering or activity that was involved?
Thank you. I don't think that's. I think that's a fair statement. Yes, but I also talk about again the culture of the space. If people are used to hanging around there, even if they're closed and loitering, then those are the people that are doing that. And again, the management of property has changed in all these years. So if before that wasn't a process or an issue, now it is, because that is what the new management has allowed, is for people to loiter. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were closed and then there were people out there.
Would it surprise you that last year, Waverly Improvement Association didn't reach out to the licensee and say, we're going to protest you if you don't clean up your act?
It wouldn't surprise me that someone wouldn't want to work with someone who wasn't workable to begin with.
What do you mean by that? How could you know if they're workable with or not if you?
Well, they would run an establishment that wouldn't have all these issues for which we're coming to the table for now.
Would it surprise you that my clients reached out on over 10 occasions to meet with the stakeholders, but were granted only one meeting over a year's time?
Thank you for that information. I can't speak to that because I'm not a part of the association at that time.
Would it, as a former community leader,
yes, sir.
as a current community
Yes,
leader
sir.
in Annapolis, would it surprise you that the community rejected free mediation with the Baltimore Community Mediation Center as recommended by the Liquor Board to help resolve some of the problems over the past year?
Again, I can't say surprising because I don't know the details and for which they denied the mediation.
And finally, would it surprise you that a detective from Northern District tells the Liquor Board in its email that the owners have been extremely willing to assist law enforcement issues in the areas that plague the area, drug dealing, working with us to get rid of loitering, late hours, nearby vacants. And
I think that's awesome.
That they even let him come into their store when it is closed to view video footage.
I think that's great.
Right. So, how often, you say you don't really like to walk through there?
No, I didn't say that. I said, like other people, I am not afraid to walk through there. I don't have issues walking through there. What I testified to, sir, was the difference in management from the time that it was turned over from Tony's Place to the Waverly Tavern to now. That is what I testified to.
But from May 1 of 2018 to March 30th of 2019, how many times have you walked through the area?
I live on Old York Road.
So, how many?
I don't know. I mean, I walk off into the store. I walk off into a friend's house who lives up the street. If she's on vacation, I got to take care of cats. I mean, I don't know, once, twice a week. I mean, it wasn't during session. Clearly, I was in session, but enough to know.
So you've seen a security guard out there then at some point?
No.
If you walk by 20, 30, 40, 50 times this year, you're telling me you never saw a security guard?
I didn't say I walked past it 20, 30, or 50
You said once or
times.
twice a week, Delegate.
You asked me in general, when do I walk past? And like within a year, within that time.
Let's not argue. She's testified that she hasn't seen security, and she goes by a couple times a week, okay?
Right, so that's 104
Right.
times a year. And you're telling me you never saw security?
You do math well. No, I mean, what do they look like? Are they wearing a security shirt? Are they noticeable? I mean, I think that's to the testimony of the individuals before. Like, are they somebody noticeable? Would I know that they were security?
All right.
I'm asking that question.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I thought so. Thank you.
Okay, so is there testimony from the licensee?
Absolutely. But first I'll call Councilman Curran.
Have you been sworn?
Yes, I have,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Just state your name for the record, please.
Robert W. Curran, private citizen for 21 years, was a member of the Baltimore City Council. And for the first 2 terms, 9 years, I represented 3801 Old York Road as it was in the 3rd District at that time. My standing here would be in 2011. I then asked Councilman Henry if I could, who had the district at the time, 4th District, to broker a meeting between the new licensees that were coming in from Tony's Place to Waverly Tavern. We had a meeting with, I think, Lucille Ball, the prior licensee, Prevo Slovakia, the licensee to be and the property owner. At the time, the Community Association President, Regina, now Delegate Boyce, and myself, and at the time, there were expectations that was asked of the licensee coming in, security, trash, the normal laundry list of things that the community like to see happen. And for the first several years, I think everything went smoothly. I never had a complaint when 3801 was in my district for 9 years. I can't speak to Councilman Henry after my 9 years from 2004 on. I know I've met the owners of the licensee at that time. I told them their expectations to conduct a bar in the back, not a shadow bar. Make sure you have bartenders, make sure the place was clean, make sure you had service when people came in, so there can be a functional BD7. But I can't speak to what's happened since maybe I was out of the council or even when I was in my district. I will say some of those 311 calls, they used to call to me. Sometimes people call councilmen from other districts, go across lines, about the illegal dumping that was in that little alley that is just east of 3801. There's a little alley that separates to the row houses on that side street. There was issue with the general public, members from outside the community doing illegal dumping, mattresses, other things, as you know, over the years. I told them to call 311 and make sure you document every illegal dumping. So some of those calls, I know in years past, to 311 has been because of illegal dumping, because then when they get a citation from a house and they go in front of the Environmental Control Board, you'll have some evidence that you had pictures of illegal dumping, which wasn't their responsibility. So I'm here today just to say that they got off to a good start in 2011. I can't speak to the prior few years where they had problems. Just hope the board would consider that these guys were good partners of the community at one time, and I believe they can be good partners for the community in the future if they're given a mandate by the board to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from the board? Thank you.
All right.
Witnesses?
Yes.
Move it along.
Yes, sir. I'll call Babek Gautam.
Remind us when you took this license.
Babek
I thought you'd all
Gautam?
been sworn.
They have been sworn, yeah.
Okay, why don't you use that microphone, but speak close to it because you're not loud. This is the loud side over here. All right. Okay, Mr. Gautam, you've had the license for 2 years?
Since 2014.
Since 2014, I'm sorry. Had the license for 5 years. And last year, it's fair to say you were surprised by getting a protest of renewal?
Yes.
And that's because no one had formally made a complaint to you in the past,
Right.
or even informally, except for some dumping that was going on in the back, right?
That's right.
All right. You were here last year for the protest hearing, right?
Yes.
The board scared you, did it not?
Yes, it did.
They made it very clear that if you didn't change your ways, you wouldn't be having a license next year. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Right. So since that time, let's talk about the things that you've done.
Thank you.
All right. After the issues came up at the last hearing about gambling going on and cups and the manager throwing everybody out of the bar because they were out of control and they took their drinks with them, what did you do? What's the first thing you did?
The first thing was we had to fire the bar manager.
And you did that. All right. What'd you do after that?
And yes, we fired the bar manager. And after that, we decided to have a meeting with the community because after the protest of renewal, we realized that, we have to work out with the community. And our attorney, Steve, contacted them on May 9, 2018. And we got an email from president saying that they received the email and they will get back to us. But they never got back to us about anything. And then we decided to even join Waverly Improvement Association by paying $10 fees. We did that. And then there was a letter we got from Baltimore Community Mediation Center saying that we sit down with the community so that we can solve the concern that we have at the establishment. We decided to, to do that as well. We were contacted by I forgot her name. She called me from Baltimore Community Mediation Center, and she asked me if I'm willing to talk with them. I said yes, sure. And then our attorney got an email saying that they were not able to reach out the meeting because someone from the Improvement Association denied for that meeting. So and then after that, I think Steve tried to set up a meeting with our neighbor. Her name is Carol Ott. And we actually sat down at Starbucks on, St. Paul Street. And she told us that, you guys need to have a big dumpster because there was a lot of trash outside. And we did that. We got a new bigger dumpster, and the trash problem was solved. And after that, we again asked Steve to get another meeting with them, because we're trying to get a meeting so that we can sit down with everybody and get a MOU. And I think August 18, he sent an email to WIA about the meeting, but still we didn't get any response. And then there was a meeting on September 4th, and this meeting was at the church. Attorney Steve and one of the licensees, Mr. Karki, attended this meeting. That was the first meeting they ever attended, but that was the meeting they knew about it. They didn't get any email or something. They know about the meeting, so that's why they went there and attended the meeting. And then after that, there was a hearing coming up on September 13, 2018, where we got suspended for a week because of the violation. And then I believe I was not present at that hearing. I think Commissioner Greenfield told to have a meeting at Waverly Tavern, and we had a meeting at September 19, 2018. Me, Fogelman, Karki, our landlord Paul, and few members from Waverly Improvement Association attended that meeting. And at that meeting, I remember Councilwoman Mary Pat Clark asked us to close at 10 o'clock. And then Councilman Bill Henry said if you can start closing at 12 and see how things goes, and then we will have another meeting. And after that, we start closing at 12 o'clock by the recommendation of Mr. Bill Henry. And then once we started that, we also started having a security guard. Although we were closing at 12 o'clock, we had a security guard from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. five days most of the time. And then, okay, we had on October 5th, 2018, we had a meeting with Councilman Henry. And I think this meeting was done by Mr. Karki, and he was recommended to speak with co-president of Waverly Improvement Association and the neighbor. Her name was Kathleen McCaffey. And then after that, on November the 6th, I actually went to their website and found that there was a meeting at Greenmount Avenue, Waverly Improvement Association. This was the first meeting I got response from, I think, co-president Elena Lightshaders. She emailed me saying that there's a meeting going on November the 6th. You guys can come and, say about the things. And we did receive a positive feedback at the time. And then on December 4th, 2018, there was another meeting from WIA. And at that meeting, I was told that, you guys should stop giving out the cups because that's really is a big issue right now. People are walking out with the cups from the bar. And she told me that, you guys can have meaning Elena Lightshaders. She said that, you guys can give a glass so that they can just sit there and, drink in the tavern. And after that, we completely stopped giving cups, plastic cups. After December 4th, on December 10th, 2018, we had to change our security guy because he was not doing his job properly. And then after that, on February 21st, we had a second hearing where we were suspended again. And then we realized that, things are not going right. So what we did was we thought about Councilwoman Mary Pat, who said that you guys need to close at 10 o'clock, so we start closing at 10. And then since we close at 10 o'clock, and then also I emailed that to Councilman Bill Henry as well. And ever since we closed at 10, we haven't got any kind of violation, that sort of stuff. And then also, lastly, I think on March 20th, Mr. Karki emailed WIA, Waverly Improvement Association, to have a meeting, but still we didn't get a chance to get a meeting.
All right, and at that September 19th meeting, at which the councilwoman was present, and Councilman Henry, in fact, you met Caitlin, the neighbor across the street, isn't that right?
Yes.
The neighbor directly across the street, and you two exchanged cell phone numbers at that time, did you not?
But that was Mr. Karki.
Oh, Mr. Karki. Okay, we'll do that in a minute then. And you worked with several police officers over the last year, isn't that right?
Yes.
All right. And specifically, you worked with Detective Craig and his boss, whose name escapes me now.
Marciato. Sergeant Marciato.
Sergeant Marcato. All right. So Detective Craig, the liquor board is in receipt of that email, or should I put it in now?
We're in receipt of
Okay, thank you. All right, and tell me what you did with Detective Craig.
So actually, Detective Craig came to our bar one time with several police officers. He's from the narcotics department. I let him in, and I asked him what's the problem, and he said, there are drug dealing outside of your store, so if you guys can let us watch the video remotely all the time. And he asked for the video password, everything, and then as a business owner, we just provided him all the video password. And at one time, he texted me back saying that one of the cameras was not working on the tavern side. It was recently, and I told him that I'm gonna call the camera guy to fix it, and then I did. And within 2 days, it was fixed, and I emailed him back and asked him, can you check the camera if it's working or not? And he says it's working fine, thanks. So I was in contact with him.
All right, and furthermore, you have not been found in violation of any underage sales this
No.
year, have you?
No,
And
I
in
have
fact,
not.
you received this letter from the Baltimore City Liquor Board.
Be received.
Thank you. Dated January 22nd, 19. Here? No, gotcha. Yeah.
I have a copy, thank you.
No, you got it, Okay. So, and wherein you were commended for passing a compliance check, isn't that right?
That's correct.
I'd move for admission thereof.
It's received.
And I'd move for admission of Mr. Karki's timeline. I'm sorry, Mr. Gotom's timeline.
It will be received.
Thank
I
you
mean,
very
it's
much.
Cumulative, but we'll receive.
And Mr. Gotom, over the last year, once again, you've personally, is it fair to say that you've personally broken up loiterers out in front of your establishment?
Yes, I go outside, at the door and ask them to move along. And then some people listen, some just don't listen, and then we have to call 911.
And how many times have you called the police over the last year?
Several times.
All right. Now, Mr. Gotom, something we've talked about throughout the year, and something that you've agreed to, you and the other licensees have agreed to, are license restrictions. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's
All right.
correct.
And what specific license restrictions which have evolved over the past year, how are you agreeing to go on the license right now?
Yes, we will.
Can I ask a question about the license?
In a minute.
Well, let's let him finish and then you can.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're saying here that the restrictions are closed at 10 o'clock and no cups to customers for off-premises sales, right? Okay,
That's correct,
that'll be
sir.
received.
Thank you. And in fact, the health department allows you to sell cups of ice. Isn't that a fact?
Yes, that's
All
true.
right, but you're agreeing that it's just a bad idea.
Yes, it is a bad idea, public intoxication,
All right. How much did the security guard cost you?
Like per day, he would charge $120.
And that was for 4 hours?
That's a 4 hour.
All right. And then you found that it would be better to just close the bar at 10 than to hire security all night?
Yes, that's correct.
Since you started closing at 10, overall, what percentage of sales are you off, if any?
40%.
40%. All right. I'm going to ask you to identify this. Are these reviews from Google?
Thank you.
And those are just reviews from Google, right? About your establishment?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'd move for the admission.
It'll be received. Not sure I have any idea what it is.
Well, it says that it's a good place for neighbors to get
Apparently it
together.
comes from somewhere in the iCloud.
All right.
I don't know.
Do you have anything else that you want to add about what you've done over the last year?
Just to add on summary, after the last hearing, I realized that we must work with the community, and that's what we did. I emailed several times to sit down with the community, but I didn't get enough. I didn't get a good response from them. Even last, I believe you missed that part. Miss Alina Lightchaser sent an email. She's copied you as well, saying that she would like to have Captain Joel Hess to have a meeting with us. I emailed him. He's an officer at Baltimore City Northern District. Never received an email from him at all. So, and at that time, there's no way of, communicating with anyone else.
And a big part of that meeting was talking about the vacants situation. Isn't that right? The vacant houses.
Say again?
When we met in September at the bar when it was closed with the councilwoman and the councilman here, we talked about the vacant properties, did we not?
Yes, we did.
All right. And there's been, as far as you know, no action or resolution by the city regarding those vacants since that meeting. Isn't that right?
That's true. That's right.
All right. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Councilwoman had one question.
Certainly.
I just have one question. Who is the licensee or who are the licensees that are requesting to move forward into 2019 with this license? There's some confusion in my own mind about who's in and who's out.
Let me be clear on that. Yeah, I did call Mary Pickle, I called
Yes,
you.
yes,
remember?
we talked.
Yeah, we actually filed a transfer back in September, never went through. So technically, me, Mr. Karki, and Mr. Little is still on the license. Me and Mr. Little, we're trying to get off of the license, requesting a transfer. It was never, like we haven't got a hearing. So we are still on the license, so I will be still a licensee. So that's the reason. I
So
was the
who
one-
does that, if you both successfully, it sounds like imprisonment, but if you successfully get yourselves off the license, who's left?
Mr. Karki?
And Mr. Karki's here. So you may be the last man standing with this license in 2019. I think that's what your partners wish. Am I correct?
Objection. It's calls for speculation.
It's not relevant.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not a lawyer.
We haven't heard it yet, so we don't know whether they're going to transfer.
It's not before us, but if I could, Mr. Fogelman, can you give this timeline to either the councilwoman or Mr. Sweely? I'd like to know, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to know if this aligns with your understanding.
But they're still doing their case, so let's finish the
All right.
case, all right?
All right, I had no further questions of
Get
this
Mr.
witness.
Karki, if you're going to call him.
All right, thank
Gotta
you.
move this along.
Indeed, I am. Mr. Karki?
Thank you.
Coming up here quickly.
This is Mr.
Can you corroborate the timeline that was discussed by your business partner just a few moments ago?
Yes.
Okay, and in fact, those things happened, did they not?
Yes.
You hired security, you closed at midnight, then you changed it to 10, you stopped serving cups, isn't that right?
Yes.
All right, you've extensively gone to WIA meetings, you've begged for more meetings?
Yes.
Okay, and in fact, on September 21st, when we all got together, you got to know Caitlin across the street, is that right?
Yes.
And she was one of the people who was complaining a lot to the WIA a year ago about the bar, isn't that right?
Yes.
All right, and in fact, you two started texting back and forth quite a bit, isn't that right?
Yes.
And in fact, is this an accurate copy of the text log between you and Caitlin? Is that an accurate?
Yes.
All right. And you two go back and forth on issues that may be outside the bar?
Yes, and also, I text her to see if there are any improvements or like if we still have some issues to fix, so that we can constructively work together to fix the loitering problem, and if there are any other issues regarding the operation of the tavern.
And she's thrilled that you're closing at 10 p.m. now?
Yes. Actually, she was very happy that when we first started closing at 12 o'clock, and also she was very happy that we had the security guard to control the noise and also the loitering issues.
All right, and you've been present during at least 20 of
offering
these.
this?
Oh, I am, thank you. And you've been present at least 15 to 20 times over the last year when a liquor board inspector has arrived at the establishment as the result of a 311 complaint. Isn't that right?
Yes.
All right. And on all of those occasions during a 311 complaint, you were told that the complaint was not substantiated. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And the complaints range from people outside, loud outside of your bar. That was one, wasn't it?
Yes.
And another complaint was that people were drinking outside your bar. Isn't that right?
Yes.
All right. And in other instances, you've learned from the inspectors that complaints came in long after the bar was closed. Isn't that right?
Can you say that again?
That complaints were made about disturbing the peace at the bar when the bar was closed.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, okay. And you've brought some people here today to testify on your behalf beyond yourself. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Last year, this was a big surprise to you, was it not?
We've already
yes.
heard that. Do everything new?
This year, you've come prepared, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. My first witness is LaTarsha Pierce, post-licensee witnesses.
How many witnesses do you
I
have?
have 7 witnesses. I will limit them all, with your understanding, to 90 seconds each.
Okay, let's try and make it 60.
You got it. Ms. Pierce, you've been sworn already.
Sworn, right?
Yes.
Your
Hello,
name,
how are
please?
you all? LaTarsha Pierce.
Ms. Pierce, how far do you live from the bar?
We are approximately 3 blocks over from the bar.
All right. And how many years have you lived that distance?
My family has lived in this area for the past 6 years.
All right. And you have family now who live here, but you don't spend every night 3 or 4 blocks away.
Yes, in the past 2 years, I have moved to another facility, but I do still visit my family's house on almost a daily basis.
All right. And you are a weekly customer to the bar?
I'm ashamed to say, but yes, I am.
All right.
I am a weekly customer.
What changes have you noticed over the last year?
I'm glad you asked, and I'll keep this as limited as possible. For the past 6 years, I have seen great changes. Yes, at one point, there were a lot of people, young people, loitering outside of the bar. And you would see some people hanging inside. But from 6 years ago up into recently, I've seen a great change where these things are not happening, especially since they've changed their hours to close at 10 p.m. I'm seeing a drastic change in the community. You're not seeing the people hanging around late anymore. I do understand the residents' concerns, but I believe that they are trying to work with the community so that everyone would be satisfied.
And finally, do you feel safe going to Waverly Tavern?
I take walks in the community with my daughter. She's 12. I take them by myself. I don't have any problems with with that establishment at all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pierce, Latarsha, Latarsha, Pierce. Thank you very much.
Sure.
May I speak?
I'm just going to call them in the order I got them, but I promise we'll get to you. John Coleman. Is John Coleman here?
Apparently not. Let's
Okay. Is Jackie Ridgely present? Yes. All right. Come on up, please. And anybody else who talked to me the other day, come on up. Anybody else I spoke with on the phone? No? Okay. It's going to get shorter. What's your name?
Ray McGill.
Miss, what is your name, ma'am?
Jacqueline Ridgely.
Were you sworn?
Yes, sir.
And Ridgely is Ridgeley. Okay, thank you very much. Miss Ridgely, how far do you live from the bar?
About a block and a half.
All right, at 38th and York Road?
Yes.
Okay. And how often do you go to the bar?
Like about 3-4 days out of the week.
Okay. And you mostly use carry outside, right?
Yes.
All right. Tell me about what you've noticed over the last year, the changes.
Okay, the changes I've noticed is there's not a lot of people hanging outside of the bar. I've been around there and I walk through the neighborhood. I'm not afraid to. Young men, yes, they're out there. They're usually on one side. Right now they are, but they were a little closer. I never had a problem. Older folks, they were over on the other side, just sitting having their drinks and everything, and they're talking. It's something to do. But I've no problems, nothing. I haven't, and I go inside and yeah.
Do you feel safe going to Waverly
yeah.
Tavern? And do you think the owners have been
they're
working
great.
to change the situation?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
It's a
very
lot
much.
cleaner.
You got it.
Am I allowed to ask?
I don't know. Are you a lawyer? Go ahead.
No, I'm a citizen.
But let's just move along. Come on. What else you got?
Thank you very much, Ms.
So,
Ridgely.
You have to speak at the end, okay?
I'm not the chairman. Let's see. Letice Jones. Is Letice Jones present?
Apparently not. Let's go to the next.
Is Eddie Young present?
No.
No. All right. So,
Carol Rogers.
oh, we did speak. All right, Carol Rogers, and that's,
Were you sworn?
Yes.
Okay. And this gentleman, were you sworn?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
and that's CarolRogers. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Rogers, where do you live?
About a block and a half from them, on the same block, on the same area.
How many years?
4 years where I'm at, but I've been in the area for 10 years.
All right, how often do you frequent the store or the bar?
Every day.
All right, did you notice when security was hired?
Yes, I noticed.
All right, did you notice when they closed at 10 p.m.?
Absolutely.
What do you think about the changes over the last year, positive or negative?
It's a positive thing, but like I said, when they close, they have no control of the atmosphere that goes on when they close.
Right.
And my knowledge is, you know, when they out there and you need to call 911 to get rid of the problem.
Do you feel safe when you go to Waverly
I
Tavern?
feel safe.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody
It's
else?
been begging you to testify, so
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come on up. Come on up. Absolutely. Sir, state your name.
Ray McGill.
Mr. McGill, where do you live?
I live about a block away from the saloon.
Like what, 38th and York? Like what intersection?
I live in the senior citizen building right up the street, Elsley's apartment.
Okay. And how long have you been going to the store and the bar?
Well, I've just moved in the area about 3 years ago.
Okay.
Right?
Uh-huh.
And where I come from, this is paradise from where I come from. You know, like the atmosphere in there.
Right.
You know.
But let's look at the last year specifically.
Yes.
Do you remember a year ago what was going on around Waverly Tavern?
The same thing. I never see no young kids out there, you know, like where I come from, it would be a lot of young people. I'm 61 years old, you know, and the people that be around the bar is 21 and over. You know, they go in there, get their drink, and they go about their business.
Do you feel safe going to the Waverly Tavern?
No. Yes, let me get it
This is
right.
why I call people before they come.
Oh, man.
All right.
Yeah, I feel real safe.
Yeah. Do you know the owners? Have you met the owners?
I know him from going in and out of there, you know, and this guy here.
All right.
He's one of the nicest guys
All right.
I've met.
And do you think they're doing everything they can to maintain a peaceful and orderly place?
And yes, I do. And I think that, if I'm right, that the law is a bar can open from 6 to 2.
Right.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So they doing everybody a favor by closing at 10, because they have the right to close at 2.
Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
we don't need a whole lot of patrons to say the same thing. You have anything new?
No, I just want. I don't like improv witnesses myself, Your Honor. But I may have. Is there anyone else that I spoke to previously about the bar? Would you raise your hands and proffer that you appreciate the Waverly Tavern and the security and other measures that they've implemented over the last year, and that you feel safe to go to the Waverly Tavern?
Yes, I do.
All right. All right. Can you all state your names for the record, please?
My name is Novena Dixon.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon.
My name is Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, could I just say one thing, if you don't mind?
You
just,
gotta
I
ask
just want to
them.
take 1 second.
You gotta ask them.
I've been living in that in the Elsley for 14 years.
What was your name, sir? I mean,
And-
we gotta slow down here for a second.
Christ.
Hilton Smith?
I've been living in the Elsley for about 14 years, my husband and I. And when I first moved around there, to me, it was worse down there at that bar and up the street at the park where the kids were than it is now. I've watched them kids go down there, and they do whatever they're gonna do, but we go in there, we get our drinks, we come out. But those kids are down there acting crazy, and they leave from down there and they go up to the park. Nobody's down there up at the park saying, well, stop having these drug dealers up here with your young children. They down there talking about the bar. What about the children? Because that's our future. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I've been there for 14 years. I've never had no trouble with nobody down there. And I don't particularly go to the bar because I'm disabled. But when I do go, those guys up there down there, Miss Novena, can I help you? Or can I help you out, Mama? Leave Mama alone or whatever. You know, nobody's ever been to the point where I felt like my life was a threat. So I just want to say that I approve of the changes. I would like them to stay up until 12 instead of 10, but that's not my right to say. But
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did I put a petition in yet? Sorry, I just
I don't
want to make
know.
sure. I believe we're done. You've proffered. Thank you very much. I think that's our final witness.
Until this is done.
Thank you.
All right, do you want to sum up?
I certainly do. I first want to go straight to the 311 calls. There was a bevy of 311 calls. You may remember.
67.
You may remember last year when you explained to folks that they needed to call 311. The agency was barraged with 311 complaints the first month after the first month of May, and they started to trickle down. It is important to note that I don't think a single one of these things said this resulted in a violation. The 2 violations of which my clients were convicted last year were during routine inspections. So 311 can be extremely misleading. Quite frankly, the liquor board told these folks to call 311 last year. They called. That doesn't mean that there's violations. And so many of them, look at them. Like I said, it reminds me of The Shining. They're the same thing. The bar was closed. The bar was closed. The music was coming from down the street. The music was coming from down the street. It doesn't seem like a good faith reporting effort made on the part of some of the complainants, given the ridiculously low violation rate per call. And so I think that's a big smokescreen. I mean, I think it's a big red herring, just because I could call 67 complaints in on a place myself if I call once every 6 days. Every one of them could be unfounded, but then I can win the award for most 311 calls made of a protested bar. It means nothing. It's sound and fury. So all of that having been said, I want to make sure you understand that what you have in front of you today is a success story for this agency, because you told these folks to get it together and don't come back here unless you've got it together, and they have. And quite frankly, they've done so in a most untraditional manner. In the old days, we would all sit down and have an MOU. This group, for whatever reason, or whoever was directing them at the time, refused mediation, refused to get together with us, but instead wanted to spend their time writing letters to the editor and alerting blogs and calling for hearings with the mayor. In fact, as one jurist might have mentioned, they initiated a smear campaign against the liquor board. A jurist may have mentioned that they did an end run utilizing political pressures or media attention to attain the goal they desire, calling it a disservice to the communities. This is a success story. These licensees have complied. These licensees were found guilty of a 4.20 and a 4.16 involving no paper towels. That despite the entire weight of the city been thrown against them, because folks didn't just call 311, folks called the health department on them. Folks called housing on them. Folks even called housing and told them they had an illegal tenant upstairs, and housing threw the illegal tenant out in the middle of the night, despite the fact that the owner of the building had a use and occupancy permit to permit an apartment upstairs. So we had somebody go homeless for a weekend because of the overexuberance and the zealousness of a few people who don't seem to think that the bar should ever be able to exist there under any conditions. This is not SimCity. I don't know if any of you ever played SimCity, but it's a game, a simulation, where you can change industrial zones and commercial zones and roads and trains, and if you decide maybe we want to improve the neighborhood, we'll just press a button and boom, the whole business will go away. And a couple days later, we can put that business back if it's a computer simulation. This is not a computer simulation. If you revoke this license here, or that is, if you do not renew this license here, there will likely not be a business there. It will be a vacant. There will be less eyes on the street, less eyes to protect Caitlin, less eyes to protect the folks who live proximate to the bar, and less eyes for the Baltimore City Police Department, who've utilized their cameras, and they've even put in a camera in the back at the request of BPD, which Detective Craig's email said helped solve a serious crime. This is a success story for which the board should be proud, and I thank you.
Okay. Councilman, did you want to sum up?
I did, thank you. First of all, I want to actually agree with council on 2 key points. I will be the first to acknowledge, I have not yet seen the entire timeline, but I did meet several times with the licensees. I know that they have been interested in working closer with the community. I also know that they have made changes in an effort to try to reduce the impact of the license on the surrounding community. What I am unclear on, and this is for the board to determine, is whether the board rewards licensees with a license to sell liquor in Baltimore because they try to do right, or whether you reward them for succeeding. Because the fact of the matter is, there are still negative impacts that the community has to live through as a result of this business being in place. I think it's an interesting speculation from the council that if the board were to not renew this license, that the property would be vacant. My experience so far with the property owner is not one to make me believe that he would simply pack up and walk away and continue to pay taxes on the property without trying to have it generate some type of income. And I expect that if you were to choose to not renew this license, that we would end up with a bodega or some other type of small corner store. What remains to be seen is whether not having liquor at this corner would reduce some of the population that is causing problems. And those problems are being caused before the business opens, while the business is open, and after the business closes. I understand that it is not within the purview of the board to punish owners or licensees for specific activities that happen outside the hours of operation. However, those activities still have a negative impact on the community, and it is unfair for the community to have to live with that negative impact and not have any redress, and you as the board are the opportunity for their redress. So thank you very much for the opportunity to bring our case before you. You have all of the violations that have taken place during this year as the specific incidents, and I hope that we will figure out how to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do commissioners have any comments, questions? Okay, we ready for ruling? Okay. So this is an extensive record, and I think all the documents are in. There is evidence in the record that there are general welfare issues, particularly with respect to continued some loitering, even with the earlier closing, some trash issues, and noise and calls to the police and whatever that have continued. I take note of the extensive efforts that have been made by the licensees to try to address some of these issues. Those issues, and there have been some very positive steps made, those issues, why they can't be resolved with the community organization, I don't know, but that's your choice, Mr. Sweely, if you don't want to discuss it with them. I do not think this record presents substantial evidence for me to vote for a non-renewal, so I would vote to renew the license.
I acknowledge the efforts that the licensees have taken to meet with the community, and I'm not entirely sure what has happened. However, I'm going to differ with my colleague. I think there's been a great amount of resources given to this establishment to operate differently, and I think there are still concerns. We've heard still concerns of loitering. We've heard concerns of mismanagement. We've heard concerns of, noise complaints. We've heard concerns about some testimony that this still presents a problem as far as safety. So I disagree. I think I do find that there is substantial evidence not to renew this license, and I vote not to renew the license.
I find a specific complaint, not just the open and operating violation, but as my colleagues have said, noise, safety, general welfare. However, I come at this a little bit differently. I see before me a record of two groups that are trying to improve the community, but they don't seem to be communicating with one another, and that's problematic. What I find particularly persuasive here are the efforts by the licensee. May 9th, 18, attorney reached out to Waverly Improvement Association. June 2018, licensee was open to mediation, for which the community denied and declined for no apparent reason. August 2018, Licensee reached out to the Waverly Improvement Association, no real response. September 2018, a meeting held that the licensee attended, and they agreed to close at midnight. October 5th, they met with Councilman Henry. November 6th, they attended the Waverly Improvement Association meeting as they did on December 4th. On December 10th, they hired private security. On February 25th, they had another meeting with Councilman Henry to address a possible MOU. On February 27th, they implemented a 10 p.m. closing time. On March 1st, they requested a meeting with Councilwoman Clark and were denied that request. On March 20th, they emailed the Waverly Improvement Association requesting discussion on an MOU. Further, we have in evidence an email, albeit not entirely in support of the licensee, but from Detective James Craig, who says that he has met with the licensee on numerous occasions. They're more than willing to assist law enforcement and give access to security camera footage. And from Detective Craig's perspective, there's been an obvious change from 1 year ago. Again, he says not all the issues are eradicated, but clearly there's been progress. And so for those reasons, I find that there is not substantial evidence to merit non-renewal.
Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank you.
I'm going to call the exhibits, please.
Yes. Thank you. Board Exhibit 1, letter in opposition from Baltimore Good Neighbor Coalition. Board Exhibit 2, email dated 4/17/2019. Licensee Exhibit 1, call for service. 2, timeline. 3, letter of compliance from Baltimore City Liquor Board dated 1/22/19.
I got to go.
4, license restrictions.
Let me get some more.
5, Google reviews, and 6, text log. Opposition, 1, letter in opposition from the representative of the Maryland 43rd Legislative District. Thank you.
How many minutes do we have? Just a minute.
The chairman has to leave, so it's just Commissioner Greenfeld and myself.
She's gonna give us a ride in the town.
What is the issue? You have to move your cars?
Well, everyone's at 4 o'clock park, but we got moved.
Yeah, I mean, that's, if we want to take a, I'm fine with taking a 10-minute break for you guys to do that.
All of our people ran out. Yeah, they just ran out as soon as.
Okay, then, yeah. we
Board will be in recess for 10 minutes.
Did you call Han? Steve, I'm sorry, Don? Did you call Han?
That's why he said you.
Board is back from recess, calling the 2:45 p.m. case, Solochana Acharya and Eric Emerson and Dol Nath Gimri, Grow LLC, trading as Corner Liquor Mart, 4742 Frederick Avenue. This is a protest of renewal of a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license. Will all parties please come forward?
Everybody's going to testify. Please come up. Sorry.
Usurping my
No,
authority.
I wouldn't dare. I was just trying to aid you. Are we waiting on? Oh, okay.
Mr. Fogelman.
Mr. Fogelman?
Yes, thank you.
Everyone
My
here?
licensee he was out front a moment ago,
And he's
and
not
he was
here.
coming in, and he's brought an employee with him, and I just saw them 3 minutes ago. He watched the whole hearing, so I'm obviously at a loss, is why.
Okay, do you need a few minutes?
Yes, and I say that, and he'll walk right in. So
Okay,
yes,
that's
I need
fine.
a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Pause the record.
Is that him?
Yeah, I'm going to run and go where he just was, to his spot. Be right there. Thank you.
It's true.
It's Murphy's Law. As soon as I tell you I need a few
All right.
minutes, I only need a few seconds. Here we go. Here we go.
Yes,
I'll recall it. You want me to recall it, Bryson?
Yes, please. Oh.
Okay.
We're on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Madam Chair, Stephen W. Fogelman on behalf of the licensees.
Great. And do we have someone here from the community?
We have several folks from the community. Greetings, good to see you guys again. Adam Abadair, Office of Councilman Christopher Burnett, and
Hold on one second. Let's have people sworn in.
yes.
Raise your right hands if you're going to testify. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to, keep your hand raised. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do. Thank you. All right, so we are here on a protest of renewal that was presented by the Tremont North and South Association, Community Association, or Association. And do we have someone here on behalf of that? Could you come up here, please? So let me explain the process so that it's clear. So right now, we have to determine whether you meet the first threshold, which is the threshold of proving a specific complaint during the license year. So from May 1st, 2018 to March 30th, 2019. Okay? And then the second phase, assuming we find that there is a specific complaint, we move into the second phase, which is when we determine whether there should be a revocation or renewal of the license. So as to the first step, what is the specific complaint that occurred during this last calendar year, or excuse me, during the license year, so from May 1st, 2018 to March 30th, 2019.
Okay, the specific complaint is the trash, the actual liquor bottles that are throughout the community, the loitering on the corner, the property across the street from the establishment, I do believe is part of their property as well, is never cleaned. That's where the neighborhood business dealers hang at. Basically the trash and the foot traffic in the neighborhood. And we did experience the first murder of the new year right there.
When you, let's break this down a little bit. So do you have a time frame? You saw trash, you saw loitering.
Actually, my time frame starts in 2017 when they originally got the license. So I kind of been tracking it up until this time because it was time for a renewal. Because when they got the license the last time, no one was present. No one knew anything about the license being given.
Right, and I understand that. But for this step of the process, I need to know whether what you just testified to occurred within the calendar year.
Yes.
Okay, so let me be more specific, from May 1st, 2018 to March 30th, 2019, do you have any dates?
I can show you pictures.
They
Okay.
date stamped? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, it's fine.
Please, show us.
Yes.
What's your question?
We just,
They're date stamped.
Okay, that's perfect, thank you. And remind me of your name again, ma'am?
Cynthia Rogers -Swan.
And you are the
I
one,
facilitate Tremont North and South Association, which basically consists of Tremont Unit Block North, Tremont Unit Block South. We came online in 2015 in June as a result of not being able to work effectively with the existing association, and being that the community needed to have community input. I circulated petitions, I go door to door, I have neighborhood cleanups, I've gone to the store to ask for help from them, and they've disseminated to me that they work with Ms. Smith. So I'm one of the people who physically cleans up their trash.
thank you. And you said you had
Yeah, I have the
pictures?
I'd object to any pictures on a phone because we won't be able to preserve a record in case there's an appeal.
Fair enough. Do you have any pictures printed out?
I sent pictures to Councilman Burnett's office, and I attempted to send pictures to Kimberly Kearns, but the emails wouldn't go through.
Okay.
He was probably here in this office, but
Hold on one second.
She did send me some pictures. I sent them earlier. I received them this morning. If we have 5 minutes, I can go physically print them out. They were emailed to Mr. Akris, but I also understand that it was sent probably less than 3 or 4 hours ago.
That's fine with me. Yeah,
Right.
that's fine.
So we'll stand down, or we'll continue? We can play through.
Yes, let's just continue. We can come back to the pictures. Thank you. Do you have any other testimony? So what?
I collected the, when I did my research, I just collected the signatures. I did it in 2017, but I was too late. And I did it again in 2019 because I actually waited my 2-year window for time for renewal so that I would be on time to collect the 10 signatures from the community members who did not want the liquor establishment in the community. Because that was one of the requirements that I read on your website.
Thank you. Let's go back to your testimony about what you've observed during the last calendar year. And I know that you have pictures as far as the trash, and maybe that will have the dates from that. But the loitering, do you know, can you give me a time when the loitering occurred?
The loitering starts as soon as the sun goes down. And when school is in, you may see people just sitting on the bench on the bus stop. There's always an enormous amount of trash. This week, no trash.
Well, let's focus on the loitering.
So they're there on the bus stop is directly in front of the store.
Okay. And you said when the sun goes down, are we talking it's a daily occurrence?
It's a daily occurrence.
And again, can you tell me the time frame? I mean, well, let me ask it differently. So this daily occurrence occurred within the license year?
Yes.
Anything else that anything else related to the loitering you want to testify to?
No.
And with the loitering, have there been attempts, or have you observed the licensee trying to get rid of the loitering?
I can't say that I've ever witnessed that, no.
You also mentioned that there was a murder that occurred the first part of this year. Where did that murder occur?
In the 4700 block of Frederick Avenue, I do believe. That was the very first murder of this year.
And was this related to the establishment in any way?
In my opinion, if the establishment wasn't there, because the guys buy their paraphernalia and everything that they need from the establishment. So if the establishment is not there, you don't have guys coming from all different sets, or you could call them gangs or whatever they call themselves. But they all now have a meeting location where they're not all friends. So you're gonna have all kinds of things to start to happen.
All right. Anything else that you want to tell us about about this establishment, or what you've observed in the license
As I stated before, I actually have gone to the establishment to ask that they join with us in the cleaning of the community, whether it be to donate trash bags or whatever the case might be. And I was informed that they were already working with, there is a Tremont Association, and I do understand that that makes no sense. However, the establishment was working with Ms. Smith and the Tremont Association, and he disseminated that he was giving them money and things of that sort. So other than that, we've never seen them at a meeting. I've never spoken to them other than going into the store. And then on this Monday, they requested an emergency meeting to meet with the community to ask us not to protest their liquor license. Everyone at that meeting voted to protest the liquor license. So basically, that's just all I have to say. I've been working on it for the last 2 years, and I never could understand how did they get a liquor license and you can actually see the liquor store from the director's office at the recreation center.
All right. Well, when the pictures come, we'll call you back up. Thank you, Ms. Swan. Or did you have any questions
So,
for
Ms. Rogers Swan, as the chairwoman said, we need a specific complaint in the body of your not only the evidence, but we need it in the actual protest submission. And I don't see a specific complaint. And when we say specific complaint, we mean, you know, on this day, this kind of general welfare issue occurred. So, and I'm saying this to kind of educate you as well, because, and.
I'll take the education, because I'm
I mean
trying this
I
for the
mean
first time by
yeah,
myself, and now I know.
And I appreciate that. And we have staff here, our community liaison will be happy to walk you through this process. And just so you know, go in the future, you should feel free to call 311 when you have.
That's been done.
Okay. I will note, though, that this establishment has had 0 311 calls attributed to it.
Wow, okay.
So, from May 1, 2018 to March 31st, 2019.
Okay.
So, but we look forward to seeing the pictures and seeing, you know, what you're referring to.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. I have one question.
Sure.
We're continually being told something about June 1st, and all establishments that have liquor licenses are supposed to surrender those licenses at that time. Do you have any information on that?
You can speak to our staff
Okay.
about that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
But I don't think that's true for the.
I don't either.
That's
but
not true, but.
I just,
but,
you know, when you
yeah.
hear a lot and it's being disseminated to the community, I needed to find out.
It's a little more
what the
nuanced,
facts
and
are.
Mr. Ackrist or Mr. Alkheimer will be able to
Okay, thank you.
walk you through that.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask for an opportunity to cross-examine her at the
Yeah.
appropriate time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to, again, we're talking about step one. We're trying to identify a specific complaint within the last license year, so from May 1st, 2018 to March 30th, 2019.
I'm Rosalind Smith. I'm president of the entire Tremont Community Association for the past 30 years.
Wow.
And you called me.
Yes, that's amazing. 30 years.
Yeah. So we're here because, well, I'm here because the residents of the Tremont community opposed the selling of the liquor there at the corner because of the daily open market criminal activity that occurs there. From the time the kids get out of school at 2:30 in the afternoon until they're closed. And when they're closed, we don't see that activity. They're closed on Sundays also, and we don't see that activity.
Ma'am, and are you talking about within the last license year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any specific instances in mind when this occurred?
I would have. The 911 history was supposed to have been here today, but the major was in an emergency meeting. Officer Mackel was in a terrible accident early this morning, and then Sergeant Anderson, who was going to give me that information, was in the hospital with him all night long. So I told him that I thought that was more important than the information he was going to give me in reference to the 911 history. So I don't have it.
Okay.
I do have signatures from the residents in the community for petition.
Have you seen this, Mr.
Not yet.
Fullerman?
I'll take a quick look. Thank you.
What we need to identify here, what Commissioner Greenfield and I are tasked with doing is we have to find that there's a specific complaint within the last license year. And so that's what I'm trying to understand from you, if there was a specific complaint within this last year.
Every day there are 911 calls, pardon me, at least 6 to 8 calls a day, every day. And the police respond. I pretty much sure the store calls also, because they say they do call. But it's like I said, when the liquor's not sold there, there's no activity outside. That open market activity is not there.
So what we have in our record, we don't have any violations or any of this, 911 calls that have been made?
I understand, and
Okay.
that's the reason why, from what I told you about what happened in the middle of the night with the policeman. That's why we don't have it.
Okay.
There's also a lot of shooting going on. The first murder of the year was not at the store. It was at the Frederick Manor Apartments, 4900 block of Frederick Avenue, which is on the opposite side of the store. But one of the reasons that we are here is because, is because of the school, the Beachfield Elementary School, the Beachfield Middle School, and the Recreation Center is directly across the street. And the kids come over. They're not allowed in the store, grant you that, between the store hours. But after store hours, they get the older guys to go in and buy the liquor for them.
Okay.
We witnessed that.
Okay, and when did you witness that?
From time to time, within that period of time that you're telling me about. But this has been going on for about 10 years,
Okay.
beyond the dates that you gave me.
Mr. Fogelman, any
Very
questions?
briefly, so you two used to be friends, isn't that right?
We're still friends.
All right, and how much do you estimate he's given the Tremont Community Association over the last year?
I think about every quarter, he gives $100.
So it's,
We give that to the children.
You told me.
Yeah, we give that to the children. We pay the children $10 an hour to pass out the community letters. So it goes right back into the kids. We don't keep it.
no, I think that's great. So you are aware that he provides job opportunities for two people who live right here in the community, right?
I know one, the lady that operates the lottery machine.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know that he's got 16 cameras in and outside the store to
But they
keep
don't
an eye
work.
on things.
They don't work. He was supposed to have provided the police department with a password, and the police department is still waiting for the password.
Would it surprise you if, within the last 5 months, the Baltimore Police Department has accessed footage on his camera to solve a crime?
Well, Major Hood didn't tell me that. We just
Okay.
met with them.
No problem. Now, without trying to cause a problem here, you're the big dog in the neighborhood, the big, you know what I mean, the big community association.
Yeah.
All right, and this Tremont North and South, sort of a little thing that started a couple years ago because they had a
Well, that's
dispute
her
with you.
block, yeah.
Okay, that's her block.
But we-
Okay.
I'm representing the entire community.
Mhm.
Yes.
All right. Are you aware that he calls the police at least once a week?
I'm not aware, but I'm not
All
surprised.
right, right. All right. You're you understand that he's never sold to an underage person, or certainly never been violated for such a charge?
I'm not for sure.
You're not for sure. All right.
I do know they get the older people to go in the store.
Well, yeah, that's
It's
sold
someone-
as
it's
time.
someone in the store that will do that.
So you understand that he's had no 311 complaints this year to the liquor board?
Oh, I'm not, I don't.
You're not. But you're not aware that he had no violations at all this year? That is where the liquor board charges
Are
you.
you talking about violations inside the store or
Yeah,
outside of the store?
either.
There were a lot of violations outside of the store. I
All right, when I mean violations that were charged, that somebody said, you're getting a ticket for this, or you have to come to court for this, or you have to come to the liquor board about this.
Well, I don't know that.
Maybe it's one thing, right, if you may have witnessed something, but it's another thing that he got charged with that, right?
Are you speaking about 311 violations or liquor board violations?
Both.
I do know that they have received 311 violations.
All right, but according to the liquor board's records, and I even checked as of yesterday, then and we have a letter circulating around here today in the file that shows 0 calls, 311 calls about this establishment in the last year. Okay. All right. And are you have no problem with Dolnoth as a business owner, right? And
Well, we have our little problems, but we get along with Ms. Kim, who's the owner of the building, Mr. Dole. We work it out.
yeah, and you even support this store going forward, but you don't want booze on that corner.
Exactly.
But you like the
We're not
business.
saying shut the store down.
Right.
We're saying that
Is it fair to say you're philosophically opposed to alcohol?
Yes,
All right. Are you religiously opposed to alcohol?
all of the above.
Okay. All right. But overall, Mr. Jimry Dole has been a pretty decent and communicative operator. Isn't that right?
Well, I imagine he and I get along
Yeah.
very well. You see, I don't know what happens with the other people that come into the store. A lot of the people don't live in our community. They live in other areas of that Frederick Avenue corridor.
And somebody sent a letter to the liquor board or an email saying that the bars in Irvington were much worse, and he didn't want to have to go to Irvington now to get a six-pack. What do you say to that?
Well, Irvington is a commercial area. We're residential. That's where the difference is. And that's where our residents are opposing the liquor being sold. To see those residents dragging across Frederick Avenue can hardly make it because they are already substance abused. And to go in and buy the liquor, it's killing our people, and the children also.
Wouldn't you agree with me that it's a beautiful neighborhood? I mean, you have beautiful houses
We have great potential, and we want to keep it that way.
right across, close to Mount St. Joe's. There's a lot of culture and history there. Very beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers, Ms. Smith, you're excused if you, unless you have something else.
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rogers Swan, looks like you may have received the photographs. Can you just, no, we'll show him, please. Thank you. So what we need to, for the first step, we need to identify a specific complaint that's been substantiated, okay? Well, can you just let me just summarize? You don't have to go picture by picture, but what you're showing, what those pictures represent.
All of these pictures represent glass alcohol bottles thrown throughout the community. I have a rescue boxer pit. We walk all the time.
And ma'am, is it related to the establishment?
Yes, all of this is, and I live 4 blocks away. So this is at my end from, you can walk the street and you'll see where, it's almost like they go in, they get the liquor, you see the bag, and you just start to see alcohol containers all the way up the street.
And how do you know that those are from the establishment?
I walk every day and I'm picking up trash every day.
Have you observed anyone that went into the establishment, bought something, and threw the bottle down? And is that represented in those pictures?
This whole area was just a whole bunch of liquor bottles, and they were at the top of Tremont and Sayre.
Mr. Fogelman, do you have any questions for Ms. Rogers?
Very briefly. Ma'am, I see it in my own neighborhood. You see kids throwing trash all the time, don't you?
Don't throw liquor bottles.
People don't throw liquor bottles?
Children don't usually.
Right, but grown-ups do, right?
Which is a problem, yes.
Right. Now, how many blocks or miles should a licensee be responsible for? If I buy a six-pack in Canton and I litter in Greektown, is it on the bar?
It's funny you mentioned those 2 neighborhoods. That probably wouldn't happen there. I live in Tremont Community in Southwest Baltimore, 21229.
I visited. It's beautiful.
And it is beautiful when you have people like myself that walk the community. Now, that's beautiful right now. You need to come at another time and take another picture.
Okay. So you testified that he asked for an emergency meeting with the community association. Did you
I
not?
don't know his name. Could you tell me his name?
Sure. Dole.
That Mr. Dole asked for an emergency meeting. He did with Ms. Smith because they're friends.
Okay, because he tells me Miss Smith asked for the
Well, I'm not
emergency
sure
meeting,
who did.
and he was happy to come. Okay.
I'm not sure who asked for an emergency
So it
meeting.
might be that Miss Smith called for it.
I don't know
Okay,
who called,
okay.
but there was a meeting about a liquor license,
Okay.
and when I hear liquor license, I have my antennas up.
All right.
So when there was a meeting, I went to show the people who came to the meeting that I had requested and put in a protest and did the walking and got the signatures. And I thought that I had done everything, dotted every I and crossed every T, but I had not.
but the next time I will.
Go ahead.
Sorry, no, I just have one further question.
Sure.
Now, isn't it true that at one time you got arrested for drug dealing?
Can I say something to you about that? No, it's not true.
I
Okay.
don't,
It's not true, and
Your son did not get arrested?
excuse me,
Did your son
you're
get arrested
talking
for
to
drug
me.
dealing?
I raised my hand. I'm under oath. My son is not here. It's felonious information. I will sue you for slander if you repeat. Find my record.
Okay, ma'am,
No.
are you telling me
No.
that case search is
Case
wrong,
search.
that none of
I
this ever
work
happened?
my job. I've just been cleared by the state of Maryland. I can show you my license.
Okay, but let me just ask you one thing.
I'm cleared by the state of Maryland, and I just had a state of Maryland background investigation, and the only thing you can find on me is a PBJ from 1996.
please, as the chairman mentioned earlier, just let's be civil with each other.
I'm trying.
Mr.
I
Fulgham
just-
and-
we're talking about drug dealers, and then it might be that your son got arrested
I
for
gave
drug
birth
dealing.
to a son who is
lives
now
there?
Wait,
35.
and
Can
one,
I say something? He's saying
hold-
things that are not true.
and I understand that,
He's hearing them from someone
Ma'am?
who speaks information that's not true.
ma'am, and I understand that, and I understand that, and I'm not sure the relevance of all of this.
What it is either.
But let's be civil and keep it.
What is your relevance?
Ma'am, are you philosophically opposed to alcohol?
I'm philosophically opposed to lying, alcohol, murder, and any other sin.
All right. Are you religiously opposed to the use of alcohol?
I'm not. You can do whatever you want, but when you decrease the value of my property, when you subject the children in my community to everything that's going on, regardless of what you think my son did, my son is he and I am me.
But you live at 18 North Tremont, right?
26 years.
Okay. And somebody there has a birth date of November 9th, 1985?
Actually, there are two somebodies. They're twins. They came at the same time.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to ask any more about that, and I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be seated. That's fine. That's fine. You're excused. That's fine. Thank you.
May I be heard as to the first step?
Oh, sure. I just want to make sure anyone else want to testify as to that. If not, then just a couple of things. Do you?
So, Mr. Abadir, if we could, while you were out, if I could, Madam Chair, just explain, we were explaining the two-step process.
Yes.
And the need for a specific complaint.
Yes.
To be alleged, not just by virtue of the hearing, but also in the body of the application. And so, any information you can provide to help give us a specific complaint would be helpful.
The only information I have is the information that's been provided to me by the community associations.
Anything else you'd like to?
We stand in support of the community association's request.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fogelman?
I'll be
Well, actually, real quickly, just to follow up on what was just stated, there is a letter from Councilman Burnett's office in support of the non-renewal, and there is an email from John Shea to Mr. Page, and it just identifies some various issues with the around the store. And I take it you've read both of them, Mr. Fogelman, correct?
I have not had a chance to read the councilman's letter,
Oh,
but
here you are.
1 second, I will not object to its admissibility. I do think it's interesting, he talks about the Tremont Community Association. However, Tremont Community Association is not who filed this protest.
Understood.
But
And-
no objection.
un-
I'm just saying.
It is a much longer conversation to explain the differences. However, it is important to recognize that both community organizations were represented here today. Despite personal differences, they were both here today.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So this is as to the first step that we have to identify.
All right, so asking an agency to not renew a liquor license is a death knell to a business. And you want to have your T's crossed and your I's dotted, because the courts, in addition to the board, the appellate courts are going to look at the four corners of the document. That is the preliminary way to see if these petitions are even valid, even meet a certain muster in order to proceed with the hearing. I would argue that this petition has not met that criteria. For example, the list of the reasons are, number one, increased undesirable foot traffic. It doesn't give any more specifics to that. I don't know who undesirables are. Are they people who live in the neighborhood or people who live across the county line? Does it say that the bar has caused the undesirable foot traffic? It does not. Number two is left blank. Is that in case we think of a reason? We'll put it in there later. I don't know. Number three talks about increased trash around the establishment and the community in general. Has it been windy recently? Is that why there's more increased trash? I know the neighborhoods that we all live in, and sometimes it's windy and everybody's trash gets blown around. Furthermore, we just heard testimony that this trash is being picked up 4 full city blocks away on the block that Ms. Swan represents. It is also not specific. Number 4 is also not specific and is a non sequitur. Crime increased, first murder of the new year happened near the establishment on New Year's Day. Later, we heard testimony that the first murder of the year happened in an apartment complex several blocks, 2.5 blocks further down. Again, it's not specific. Loitering around the business and the bus stop. That's another one that's like, that I can't wrap my head around. Well, is it bus stop folks or is it loiterers selling drugs? We don't know. And it's almost been accidentally or intentionally made unclear on this petition. And then number 6 and number 7 are really non sequiturs here because this is a protest of renewal. And the proximity to a daycare or a school has already been dealt with by a prior board, most likely. In fact, it might be by this board. So that's not an issue for renewal. Number 7 is also a non sequitur in that the protestant claims that they had no input with this license a couple of years ago. And so I see nothing specific in these complaints. And I mean, I've never seen a blank complaint. You couple that with, you're grasping for evidence. I mean, I understand. But when you've got 0 311 complaints and 0 violations, there's nothing specific at all here. The only thing is, generally, folks are opposed to alcohol in that particular area. And so that doesn't make up a specific complaint. And for those reasons, I would ask that you renew the license. I thank you.
I agree with your proffer. I don't find a specific complaint. I don't believe that I find that the petitioners have not met the threshold of proving a specific complaint about the license establishment during the prior license year from May 1st, 2018 to March 13, 2019. And as such, since that this threshold has not been made or not been met, this license, I vote to renew this license.
I join the chairwoman and in not finding a specific complaint about the license establishment during the prior license year. For those reasons, I would vote to renew. I would also encourage Mr. Fogelman, the licensee, as he's reaching out and working with Ms. Smith, that he also is reaching out and working with Ms. Rogers Swan, as well as the councilman's office, to make sure that the communication is there and they're addressing any issues that are causing them to ever appear before us or ever come in front of us on a protest. So.
And like we say, given what zoning's doing, he may not be a licensee this time next year, but that's not for today. But thank you all. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes our afternoon docket. The board will be in recess until Thursday, April 25th, 2019 at 10:15 a.m.
Thank you.
Exhibits. I call exhibits for the record.
Sir, we gotta be quiet. We're still on.
We're still on the record, sir. I'd like to call the record, the exhibits for the record. Board Exhibit 1, letter of opposition from Councilman Burnett's office. Board Exhibit 2, email dated 4/16/2019. Community Exhibit 1, petition and opposition.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people don't understand, you know, our rules are dictated by state statute and then how the courts interpret it, and so